can call it now. Well, I don't wanna give it away, cause nothing in this life is free. Nothing the way you can say no how. Well, I know nothing there for me, and I know nothing real. Short line to the ride you win, feel like knowing you break the working time. Looking for inspiration in all the wrong places. Chemical fascination. Stories our generation. I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind. Looking for inspiration in all the wrong places. Chemical fascination destroys our generation. I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind. Looking for inspiration in my life. Looking for inspiration all the time. Looking for, looking for, looking for, looking for. Hey!
How we doing there, everybody? I have no idea what happened to the start timer, I guess, on that deal. So we're just going to pretend that didn't happen. We're just going to go with what we got going on here. Everybody's doing all right. The Truck Master, how we doing there? Welcome on in the stream. It's going to be a little bit of a chillax type of deal here. I don't have 100% all that much of a game plan, I guess, as far as that goes. I got lots of little projects I've been needing to do. So, Torch coming on in. 13 months. Tier 1. Resubscribe. Think of that as resubscribe to Torch. Fantastic. We're doing well here. There's Truckmaster. We've got pretty decent day out here today. We have rather unseasonable weather. I guess it's what we consider to be Indian summer. Yeah. Got up well over 70 degrees here today, and it's very, very unseasonable, I guess, for this time of year. But hey, we'll take it. I'm not going to argue. Okay, so like I said, it didn't have too much of a game plan going on here. I'm kind of all over the place, I guess, is what, with a lot of different projects going on in the background. I guess as far as from things all the way from Farming Simulator 19, just all over the place. And one of the things I guess I do want to get into, I guess as far as just for starters anyway, and we'll just see where this goes, is just to kind of do some work on some farm sim stuff. I got a few mods here lined up here that I want to get cleaned up here. Picked up about a dump truck of leaves. Yeah, there's a lot of leaves out there, that's for darn sure. Yeah, we definitely surpassed the leaves, you know, as far as it being fall, which officially started in October there. Yep. So that's I don't doubt it there, Tor. Yeah, no, I definitely don't doubt it. Don't doubt it. Alright, so let's see here. Let's go ahead and bring this on over on the desktop here. I don't think I put that on, whether or not I even probably need it. Let's go do this. Let's go ahead and do that. Okay. Okay, so getting right into this here, there's a couple things that I've got, like I said, as far as Farm Sim 19 stuff, I guess, in particular. So, just to kind of give a little bit of taste of some of the things that I do outside of just the 3D modeling and stuff like that, but on top of that, okay, so what I've got here, this may or may not make some sense. Basically what this entails here, there's a lot of different errors that are in this particular mod for Farm Sim 19. I need to correct some of that, as well as some of the in-game errors. There's a slew of them here, and one of them being need to switch over some sound files for it, get rid of the warning for using raw wave files. I know a lot of it doesn't make sense, but I'll try to make as much. I'll make it as much to make sense as I guess as possible. So open up this folder. This happens to be an Alice Chalmers tractor, and it needs a little bit of cleanup, obviously, as far as just having some much unneeded, I guess, files in it. I guess it creates a lot of these errors and stuff like that, which creates a de-optimization when you try to utilize it within the game. So as we can see, it's the tires load dynamically through a separate XML, as far as like they load in through the store. So like if we look at, this is going to give you an idea, a lot of these mods, like these tractors and stuff like that, they load in through a an XML type of format here. And let's see here, I don't want to do this. Wish I had another picture-in-picture type of thing. I can kind of put these side by side. Okay, so these are some of the errors. I'm going to keep that up there. I'm going to keep referring back to that just to kind of fix some of the errors like that. I'm going to turn this down just a tad too. I feel like the background musics are just a tad loud. Okay. So we got this thing loaded up here. The tires, that's what I wanted to show in here. So one of the sections that's in the XML for this particular tractor, this Alice Chalmers, loads in wheel configurations, and they load in through an XML, like I was saying here. So they load in separately, so they don't necessarily show in here until you actually buy it in the store and set what type of tires that you want, tires and wheels that you want on the tractor. That in itself is not so much the issue. It's just to kind of give some clarification on why the tractor looks like it does. This is what is in Giants Editor. So anything that goes into the simulation itself gets run through here, I guess, to make sure that it's compliant. So as long as the model does open in here, you save what is considered an i3D of the model along with the XML that goes along with it. That allows the simulation of the game, I guess, to be able to read this tractor based on the configurations in this XML, which is basically the store, be able to put those on appropriately. Now, sometimes in the process of putting these lines in here in the XML to the model, you do spawn some of these errors, which means it creates a de-optimization, I guess, of the use of the mod, especially when you have a plethora of other mods, I guess, in there have the same types of problems or other problems. So you want to be able to clean these up so that that doesn't happen, especially if you're trying to use these mods on a dedicated server. So, and this is what shows, what I was showing here earlier, all these errors are showing on a dedicated server as far as like the problems that exist here. So we got about a dozen issues in here that need to be addressed, and these are easily fixed by just, you know, like these space characters. This means the texture name would have to be renamed or whatever without any spaces in it, for example. So we can look up this. It's in the texture folder of the mod itself as far as cab diffuse. It's got a space between the cab and diffuse. The Giants engine doesn't obviously like that, as far as especially when it's on a dedicated server. So the way we can fix that, for example, and there's several textures folders in here, which I want to clean that up too. There's a couple different ways you can go about doing that. One of which, I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but one of the ways you can look at this is to say, okay, which folders or whatever is using what, and actually go through one by one to see in all these different textures folders, for example, are used and which aren't used. You can do it that way, one by one. That takes a little bit to do that. Now, just as I was explaining earlier, with the way the tires run, you don't necessarily want to take out, for example, this tires folder, even though it's not listed in the XML here for this model, right? So this is the model. It does not include the tires. So you got to be really careful when you go line by line and come to the conclusion as far as to dump and purge things out, that you don't take away things that are loaded dynamically, like your tires or wheels. So that's something to take into consideration, I guess, as far as when you're cleaning this up. One thing I did notice with this particular tractor is it has a reference to this folder in, when I read this is basically like reading in a notepad. I tend to use Notepad++ to read the i3ds. This is basically everything that's going on with it as far as like materials that are applied to the model, and these can be adjusted just by editing the text and resaving it and loading it back up in the Giants editor and see what the result is. So that's just a kind of, in a nutshell, explanation for that. You're about to go stream? Awesome. I'll have a good stream for yourself. Yeah, thank you for the yes, I hope it goes well too. I wasn't really sure, like I was mentioning, as far as what type of stuff I was going to go over. I got a lot of small projects like this, like I'm going over here right now, as far as just that I needed to get taken care of, and it's just what other way to do that? I guess we'll just do that. And this is kind of what we do on Spline Design Studios Saturdays, is just to be a little bit creative, and I take care of that. So I figured, why not? Alright. Just making sure everything is running smooth here. I don't think we've had any hiccups in the stream as of yet. Whoopsie. Nope, I think we're still getting good. So yeah, this here, in comparison to the actual XML for the vehicle, two separate ways. You can still open either one of them up in Notepad, and either one of these can be edited. And it's very critical as far as like the conformity of these lines. So the way these Giants engine will read this is very critical, I guess, as far as like that. If you miss an end tag, to make sure that if you want a particular configuration for things, or even end tags as far as like your texture assignments for your vehicle, for your whatever it is that you're trying to make. It can be a tractor, it can be a trailer, any type of implement, any type of placeable, anything like that. If you don't have these all lined up properly, as far as like with the proper file ID names and all this stuff like that, it can cause a lot of issues. Again, I'm kind of going off in tangents here, but just to kind of give you an idea. So one of the things I noticed, as I was saying, with this folder right here, it's got a reference to this folder in the shaders folder to this XML, and it's actually not even there. So that's obviously a problem. Now, just keeping in mind, as far as the way some of these earlier mods that were put together for Farm Sim when it first came out did require to have the vehicle shader, I guess, right in the the mod folder itself, because the structure that Giants had when it was still fresh, I guess going back to last November of 19 when it first came out, they didn't have a structure to be able to point to the game vehicle shader, as far as like to point to the core game files, as far as that has now been long since, I guess, been corrected, I guess, by Giants themselves or whatever, to allow that. So the fact that we can change this reference to where this vehicle shader is being called to by using what we consider to be a $data. So all these $datas, what that means is these files are being read from the actual install of the game. So whether you have it on Steam or if you have a digital copy via the Farm Sim 19 DVD, for example, it doesn't matter. So as long as you put the $data, and that's an automatic reference, I guess, to the core game install of those files, and it'll read those instead of needing to put those directly into the mod folder. So it's kind of the same concept of some other games like NASCAR Racing 2003. It just tends to come right off the top of my head. So like taking the shared items out of a track build and putting them directly into the track, you're kind of going the opposite direction with this one here. It's like being able to remove some of those files from the actual mod folder and reducing its size to make it more optimized, and reading all the default stuff, the default vanilla stuff that comes directly from the install of Farm Sim on your system. So again, it doesn't matter if it happens to be a Steam install or any other game engine for that matter. All the files that are in fact, I can kind of bring that up here just to kind of show some clarity as well. So in my case, Farming Simulator is installed on my Steam, and I can go right in here, and when it refers to $data with all these stuff here, what it's actually referring to, it's saying, okay, go into the game install, wherever that happens to be, if it's on Steam or if it's just the DVD, install however the game was installed, it doesn't matter. This is just the XML here is telling the Giants engine, as far as that's built with the game, with the sim, and it tells it, look in this folder as far as where the game is installed, $data, and then it'll go to the specific folder that you're referencing to. In this case, for this one here, it'd be FS17 to support shaders, so on. So there will be a folder in here for FS17 support, shaders, and then whichever one. So it's reading that all directly in there, so that it removes the necessity to have that directly into the mod folder, which is here. This is the list of that. So we can remove a lot of those references from that just by doing that here. So that's already done here. So some of these other ones that have an empty folder, we can do the same thing. Now what'll happen with anything that's already referenced as the default vehicle shader, for example, if there's duplications, I guess, of a $data for vehicle shader in here, like this one, what'll happen is once we save this XML for this i3D, reopen it back up into Giants and save it, what'll happen is it'll just shift the file ID numbers to consolidate it into just one reference, and I'll kind of show that. So this one here that we have, we don't want to touch that one. I'm going to leave that one alone. So just to get rid of this reference, we're going to keep that same file number for now as far as this one that's empty in the empty folder. All you want to do is just change it to this $data shaders vehicle XML like this. In fact, I'm just going to do it ahead of the end tag. Copy that and then go to this one here. We're going to remove that reference altogether, like so. Make sure we still got our end. Now, what's nice about using programs like Notepad++, Sublime is really a nice tool to use, I guess, for this type of thing too. The way I can tell that this tag is closed is both of these here are highlighted. If this wasn't highlighted in this fashion here, then I know it's not closed. So I know in this fashion it's already closed. I can go to each one of these lines and double check those. So these purple tags here, that lets me know that's filled. So even with the files here all the way down to the end, I know that's closed. So I'm just going to change this one line just to kind of show how this works. So again, I did not change the actual file ID for this one here, which is referencing initially into this folder, which is empty. So that's obviously an issue there. I'm not going to initially remove this just yet. What I'm going to do is save this i3D. All right, I'm going to go ahead and save it and close it. And then I'm going to reopen this model with that new i3D saved. Okay, so this has now been saved with that change that I made there. So now what will happen is it'll combine that other dollar data line that had a different file ID number and that one I just redid and combine it into one file ID. So that's already, you know, two references to the same file. The vehicle shader from FarmSim is already going to be, you know, combined. That's an optimization there. So let's go ahead and open this up. We shouldn't get any errors. Now, if we get any errors, that's something else we'll have to address. So we're going to reopen it up back into the Giants editor, and let's bring up the console. Console is your friend. So I did get an error. So we got to read and see what the warnings. And I might have had some warnings in there that I didn't notice, I guess, initially either. Okay, so there might be another reference to the vehicle shader in here. So there's obviously more than one, just the one that I did. So this is something else we'll have to look at, the i3D. I never try to, once I edit the i3D, if there's still errors or warnings in here, I want to take care of those before I save, after opening the edited i3D. That way, if you tend to do that, what happens is it just makes more errors. So you want to correct all the errors and make sure that once you load in the i3D that you edit in Notepad++, make sure there's no errors once you reopen that before saving the i3D again. So we've got a couple different things here. Now this error in particular, where it says an outdated, so it's in shaders, vehicle shader XML. So we got to look at, I don't think that's in reference to the one I just did. We're going to go ahead and close this. Let's look at the i3D again, just to see what else is going on. So there's probably another reference in here to a vehicle shader. Okay, let's take a look. So this one here should be the same as I copied that from here. That's good. Let's see, there should be another one in here. Here's the mirror shader it was talking about. There was a warning in there for that, so we might have to address that as well. There must be another, and I could probably do a search too, but I'm just going to go through the list here. In fact, let's go ahead and do a search. I talked myself into it. So let's do vehicle shader. Let's do that. So there's that one. That's another dollar data. That's the one we changed right there. Okay, so here's one here. Okay, so this might be the one that it's referring to. So we can do all these, I guess, as in speaker. We want to remove all these references to these duplications here, so it'll combine them into one. Because it's basically referencing the same XML for vehicle shader in several different locations within the mod folder. We don't need that. There's no necessity for that anymore. So let's go ahead and, alright, second here. So this one we're going to do the same thing. So we're going to remove this reference. So there should be a textures. Let's take a look in here. So in texture we should have a vehicle shader reference, which is right here. So that one is actually in here. But we're going to refer to it to the dollar data, which is in the standard default game files. Same way. So we're going to copy this information here right up to the end tag and paste that into this one. And then we're going to remove all these references actually in the mod folder once we can clear out any errors in particular, I guess, as far as that are in the model once we reload it in the Giants editor. Okay, just making sure. Oh, I screwed something up there. Oh, I got a duplication. See, see how this number here is showing red? That tells me that something's out of whack. See, it doesn't give me an end tag here. It's got an end tag here and here. That's between two lines. And because the reason that is because I got two quotation marks here. If I take one of those out, oh, I know that's closed. And it removes the red from this number. So that was a couple different ways it was showing something was wrong. This number was showing red, but it was showing an end tag through these two lines, and that's not what I want. So now this is better. Alright, so we'll go ahead and try and save that, or we can go back through this again and make sure we got them all. Here's another one. So this one's in another see, there's several instances, I guess, of this vehicle shader being referenced in different locations of this mod folder. So we got another one that's in this folder. We're going to be consolidating all these different texture folders too, because there's no reason to have that. These detail array stuff, this is all default stuff. We'll be able to, once we relocate where it's reading this vehicle shader from, this is another mod folder that's referring to basically the same vehicle shader XML. We just don't need to do that anymore. This is going way back, like I said, when these mods were first built, back when FS19 came out. This was necessary to do it this way because there was no way to call to the default game files as there is now. So that's just another clarification, I guess, of that. Alright, so we will be able to remove all this stuff for the most part once so that's just to verify that is actually there. So all we want to do, we still got that copied. Let's do this, paste, good. So that's closed. Got the two purples ones there. So we know that's a closed tag, and we shouldn't have any more. Actually, there is one more here. This is under loader. Yep, so there's another folder in here called loader. Let's check that out really quick. So, yeah, some of these we're going to end up consolidating here for sure. So we should have, oh, that's the game files, my bad. Loader, and there's another one in this folder. And again, same stuff. This is all default stuff. We don't need it in the mod folder anymore. So we got at least 3 different references in the mod folder here to the same XML to include all these detail arrays and stuff. These are all connected to this shader, and we don't need to do that anymore. The only thing we'll really need to keep is probably this one, which will have to be reduced. This texture, it's a specular, whatever, that has a dirt layer in it. We don't need it to be this big, so we'll have to correct that too at some point. Alright, so we got this other one here in loader. We're going to go ahead and do the same thing like we did for this one. We're going to keep it in loader for now. The only thing we want to do, actually I don't even need to do that. I can overwrite this whole line. We're going to take it completely out of this loader folder. And we're making reference, I guess, as far as we make these changes, we're going to want to purge all that stuff out there once we can open the model up. After making these corrections, once we can open it in the model with no errors, I guess as far as in reference to that vehicle shader, then we can purge all that stuff from the mod folder. But not only till then anyway, so paste that in. So that should be a close tag. So that's at least 3 different references of the same vehicle shader XML that we can eliminate at this point. Let's go ahead and do this one more time. And there's another one here, yeah. So it's shaders. I think there was 2 different references, I guess. This is crazy. This is the 4th reference. Just don't need all that. Shaders. Let's check that one again. I think we already did check that, but I'm just going to confirm. So this is yet another reference, I believe, in the shaders. Right here, yep. I think that was so that was an additional reference, I guess, to the same thing. So again, we're going to go ahead like this. Paste. And what it'll do, like I said, is all these duplications, I guess, of these same lines, even though they have separate file ID numbers, it'll all get combined. Once we save this, open up the Giant Center and resave it. And I'll be able to show that once we get to that point. Okay, so this should be good to go. We're going to save this again. This should remove all those references to the vehicle shader in the mod folder now. So let's close it. And now we'll go ahead and open up that i3D now that it's edited that way. And we should not get any errors for vehicle shader anymore. We might still have that warning for the mirrors. That should be it. Yep, so we still got the one for the mirrors, but no more errors for the vehicle shader. So now it's calling directly from the game vehicle shader. So we're all good to go there. Okay, so that's step one. We want to take care of this. This just says an invalid case, which means we should be able to reference this from the dollar data as well. As far as the mirror shader, we'll be able to take that right out of the mod folder itself as well. I believe we can get rid of that warning as well. Basically, what that's for, the mirror shader basically gets used for the actual mirrors, right? So what we see in here is what we should be able to see in the game as far as the reflection looking back. Yep, so those definitely working fine. So what we're going to do for now that we don't have any errors, this warning is okay. But I think what I'm going to do, yeah, just to kind of save myself any additional errors that'll come up, I'm not going to save this just yet. So far we're pretty good. I'm going to take care of this mirror shader by editing the i3D one more time to reference it to the in-game mirror shader, which is in the dollar data. It should be in shaders, and then there's a mirror shader in here. I'll reference it to that instead of within the mod folder, and we'll be able to purge that from the mod folder once we can confirm. So let's go ahead and close this. No. So we want to do one more edit by opening up that i3D. Okay, and then we're going to find the reference to mirror shaders. I'll do another search. So let's just do MIRROR. So there it is there. So what we'll do is we'll reference it to the dollar data shaders. So what I'm going to do, yeah, we don't have a reference in here already, so I'm going to do this. Get that dollar data shaders and just change the front half of this to, let's see here, paste. Yeah, so all I'm doing is changing it to the dollar data shaders. I'm going to take one of those out. So what that's going to point to now, instead of in the mod folder itself, is to the game, the core game files. The dollar data will tell that the game to read it from there, not from the mod folder itself. So that's that one. That should be closed. Let's see if we got any other ones. Nope, that's going right down to the material, so we're good for that. So let's go ahead and save that. Close it, and then we'll reopen. Now we shouldn't have any warnings or errors. That's what we're shooting for at this point. Give this a second to load up. We shouldn't have anything anymore. Boom. So we got no warnings and no errors. That's what we want to see. Now from this point, what I'll do is I'll save it. I'm going to save the mod. I'm going to take this light out. You don't want to have anything like what'll happen with this light being in here. You'll get a warning in the game log, the game error log, as far as that there's, in this case, it'll say something about too many components. In fact, it should show a reference in here. There should be something in here about having too many components. Yeah, right here. So this warning that's right here about the i3D offers 4 objects, but only 2 components have been loaded. What that is telling you is these components that it refers to, the way it determines components is how many pieces that you have in here. So basically it's saying there's 4 components in here, and only 2 of them it's reading based on the XML, which is this vehicle XML. So it's just telling you it's disregarding these, but we can remove these. This as long as they're not being used. Usually in most cases when you put a light in here, it's just to kind of get, you know, to be able to see what's going on here. Otherwise it's pretty dark in here. But that's just as you're working on the model. Once the model's done being worked on Giant Study, you can usually take that out. Otherwise, and again, that's just creates a de-optimization. It's the game is trying to load things that you don't need in there anymore. It's just kind of junk. So we want to take that stuff out. So yeah, that's how it determines, the game determines, as far as it has 4 components, 1, 2, 3, 4, and it's only loading 2, based on, again, the construct of the XML for the model. So this camera we probably don't need as well. So we've got camera. The only thing we need is an outdoor and an indoor camera, and right now it's currently on the outdoor camera. That's what we're panning around with. So what we want to do with tractors like this, when we got an outdoor camera, we want to put this, we don't want to put it way out here, because if we go into the, if we were to set it right here, what will happen is, as we load this in the store, this is how far out you'd be if you were to get into this vehicle. So we don't want it that, because we want to have it reasonably close. So however you see it in here when you save the i3D at this point, is when you get into that vehicle and you're on third person view, this is how it'll look. So we want to make sure on that camera that it's to that extent there. So we don't need this camera. Now we have to make sure that we're on the camera. We're not on the camera that we want to take out. It'll yell at you. The Giants editor will yell at you if you're on the camera that you're trying to take out. So it's not selected. That's this radio button that's here. It's telling me it's on the outdoor camera, which I already explained that. So I can take out this light and this camera, and now we won't get that error. What that'll do by doing that, it'll get rid of this warning in our game log. We won't get this anymore as far as that warning. Okay. So now we'll go ahead and save this right on top of, I was doing some other work earlier. We don't want to touch that stuff. And go to the Alice Chalmers. I got a couple other mods that I've potentially you can do, like just go through the same process as I'm doing with the Alice Chalmers. So save over that. Okay, so now we fixed all of those errors. And just to confirm whatever, oh, I know one thing I want to say. So now that we've saved that in the Giants editor with all those edits made to the i3D that we made previously, now I'll open this up again and we'll be able to see. Let's do a search here. We should only have one reference to a $data vehicle shader now, which should be this line here. That's all we should have. And then here's the $data to the mirror shader that I put in there. It's reassigned all these numbers now into 1. As far as if there really was any duplicates to include, especially this one here. It had like 4 or 5 references. Now it's just going to be this one. But just to kind of clarify and verify that that's all we have, we're going to go like this and go vehicle. Should be in my little drop down list here. Yep. So now we should only have the 1. Yep, see there's only the 1 reference now. So combine every one of those individualized vehicle shader references into 1. Now what we can do at this point, now that that's all confirmed, we can take all those references out that we had previously in the mod folder and take them out, because we don't need them in there anymore. Those have all been removed. So this one here that we had a reference to it here, this can get chunked out. Now what I like to do is to create a dump folder. So anything that I take out on the mod folder, even though we've confirmed it in Giants Editor as well as all that there's no errors and whatever, I like to keep that structure in there just in case I need to put it back in if something happens somewhere along the line, just to save any headache for me. So let's go folder. We're gonna go just name it as such. Oops. Alex Chalmers, and this is a 180. Yeah, it's got the different. Yeah, we'll just do a 180 to 200 series. And I'm also going to put dump. Okay. And then what I'm going to do is all these folders. So like this one here, I'm going to chunk it out, cut it, paste it in there. And all that's doing is just moving it from the mod folder into this dump. And the only thing I'm doing, like I said, is just to save myself any grace, I guess, as far as. Now, the other thing we can do while we got this opened up is see what we got in here for loader. Because we took some of that stuff out. And I'm just going by memory. I think that's at this point. Sometimes, when you got that many references that I had to that one vehicle shader, It might be kind of tough, especially with there being so many texture folders, I guess, with this thing. It might be better, I guess, to take a note, I guess, as far as where that was before you chunk it out and get to this point. I'm kind of going by memory here. I just know that there was at least 4 that we took care of. So let's do a find loader. I'm gonna look up loader. Let's chunk that out. Just do loader. And we do have a diffuse in there. We don't want to touch that. And then this is a specular map. So anything else that's in there, there's only 2 references in that loader folder. The gender, which is a specular map, and then there's a diffuse. That's the only 2 things we should have in there. Whoops, we need to go back up. My bad. So there's only 2 references in that. Oh, that's not even in that loader folder. So there's only that one. That's crazy. Yeah, we'll probably be chunking that out of there and put it in a different location. So I think there's more than one reference to this gender, which is a specular map. On top of the fact we need to reduce the size of that specular map too. Alright, so that's not in the loader folder. It just has loader and this diffuse, so that's not the same. Okay. Let's go back. Crap. Forgot I had it in the other direction there. Let's go back up here. Let's try that one more time and do another search. Alright, so go down. Okay, so that's different. So the only thing we should have in that loader texture folder is that this is all we should have. So anything else that's in there, we can chunk it out. So let's go here. What is this other thing I got open? That's my dump. Game files. Alright. So I should only have 3. I got my dump, the in-game stuff that I can reference there, and this is our actual mod folder. Okay. So in loader, the only thing that should remain, now this i3D, this is other junk that we don't need too. This was probably loaded into the mod via the editor, but once it's in the mod itself, as far as a configuration, whatever, you don't need it anymore. So this is now junk. You don't need this in here. So we're going to take that out, and we're going to create a folder in our dump folder in the same construct of our mod folder, and we're going to call it loader. So this is going to be a duplication of what we have in our mod folder, so that we can put it back if we need to, if problems do persist, if we go to test it in the game, for example. So again, if you go back here, the only thing we should have is texture folder and that specular map. It's the only thing that should be left in here. And I'll probably consolidate this down even further, just put it in one texture folder. We'll get to that point. We're just going to chunk this down a little bit at a time. So texture. Again, as I was saying before, we don't need this reference. These detail arrays are actually attached to this vehicle shader that's no longer referenced in the mod folder. See all these right here? So we can chunk all that out. We don't need those anymore in our mod folder. So we'll go ahead. The only thing we're going to leave in here is this. And that's to verify that's the only thing we should have. Okay, so we're going to chunk that, this, and this. And we're going to create a texture folder in that loader folder in our dump. Cut. Alright, so within here we're going to create a texture folder. Like so. And then paste those in here. Boom. So we're just backing this stuff up. That's all we're doing. Until we can confirm it that everything that we chunk out here and tested in the sim is working like it should. So we don't need this textures folder, because that's the only now again, going by, we looked up loader, the only reference to loader is just that one texture folder with that spec map. So anything else that's in this loader folder, we don't need it. It's not being referenced. So we can take this textures folder right out of this. We'll go ahead, cut, and dump it into here. Like so. Okay, so far we're doing alrighty then. So that's cleaning this up. So even though this is kind of, I don't really care for this structure, because as far as going to a subfolder, I'm probably going to consolidate all these different texture folders into one, to include that spec map into one texture folder and just get it out of here. So this is not necessary to do that. So some of these other folders here, I'll probably go ahead and put this into one textures folder. I might even leave this GPS here and just put it in one textures folder. That's probably something else I can do. Okay, so now just to confirm, we haven't changed anything in here, right? So we're going to close this. We're going to go ahead and load it up in the Giants editor again, just to make sure we don't get any errors with everything that we chunked out. In fact, I didn't get all the vehicle shader stuff out. Hold on a second. I'm not done yet. So let's get this one out. I got ahead of myself. So I'm going to go take all this out. Here's another reference to gender. So we'll probably be able to consolidate that into, like I said, into one texture folder. There's way too much beefiness, I guess, with these multiple references, I guess, to the same files in different locations. It's not really necessary. So we'll chunk this out. This one we're going to create a texture folder in our dump folder here. Yep. So do folder, create a texture folder. And again, it's kind of the same construct as we do at our mod folder, only it's our dump. So we're going to go ahead and paste those in here. Okay. So now those are out. Still need to confirm if all this stuff in here, and there's another method I'm going to use, I guess, to get down to that. I don't think there was one in here. No. Nope. Some of this can probably get chunked out too. We're going to go through that process here. So this vehicle shader can come out. Got another reference to gender, which is, yeah, we're going to consolidate this down quite a bit. It's going to take a lot of bulk out of this. So just these detail arrays, which are attached to this vehicle shader. Cut that out, so we're going to create a textures folder, plural, in our dump folder. Over here, so we'll do new folder, textures, with an S. There's also one in here with a Z, if I remember right. Paste. Okay, so that's chunked out. And actually, that was the one with the Z. My bad. Let's rename that. Keep this a 1-to-1 here, so rename this to with a Z. Okay, and I believe there is one other texture folder in here. Textures, but I think this one doesn't have a vehicle shader in it. This one didn't have. Oh, yeah, it did. My bad. Sure does. Okay, so now we do need to make it textures with an S. Okay, so we're going to do a new folder. Textures. All these different texture folders is crazy. Alright, so get this vehicle shader. And if we got any detail arrays in here, we want to get those out. Is there not? This might be an older vehicle shader too. Here, let's open this up and see. Yeah, this is an older one. Yeah, so it doesn't have the detail arrays in here, so that's probably one that we're getting the error as far as it being of the wrong, needed to be converted or whatever. So that's all that one is just that shader. But it does have a reference to, hold on a second, a dirt shader as well. As far as like this, that's just an old one. Yeah, open up here. So we got to go up one layer from this to dirt normal. Okay. What this dot dot means in here, from where this XML is located, it has to go up one folder, and there should be a shared folder with a dirt normal. You can potentially take that out. That's what the dot dot in front of that means. So that what that means is from this folder where this XML is located, go up one layer to shaders, or shared, I'm sorry. Which is not even in here, that's crazy. So what that means is there would have been a shared folder in here, which there isn't, so we can just, there's nothing to pull out. That's kind of crazy. So that was kind of broken too. All the more reason we need to get that out of there. Okay, so we'll just pull this out and put that in our dump folder, which is in textures plural. Here, this is going to be that one file for now. Okay. One at a time here. So now with all those vehicle shader references pulled out, we're going to open this i3D up here again and see if we get any warnings and or errors. If we do, then we'll address those based on what it says. Okay. Awesome. So we're not getting any errors with all those being pulled out of there, so that means we did something right. If you were getting any errors like that, you want to address those appropriately. And I'll just go ahead and realign this up there. Now, like I said, is the fact that you've got the two cameras in here, if you got it on, and depending on which camera you got to set in here, normally it's going to be the outdoor camera. You want to set this up in Giants Editor as far as how do you want this to be. Do you want to be really close as far as when you go into that in third-person view? That's just to keep in mind. So once you step out of the vehicle in third-person view, that's how it's going to look. If I save it like this, that's how it'll be. If I do it like that, that's how it'll be. So I like to usually put it right about there. And that's going to depend on when you save this in Giants Editor, depending on which camera you're in, it's going to determine. So if, for example, I was on the indoor camera, if I saved it this way, if I want it to be this close, like I can adjust this being in this view. I'm not going to. So I'm going to keep that perspective here. I can adjust it from this view as far as, you know, what you're, the player, as far as when you're in cockpit view, as far as first person view, this is how it'll look. I'm not going to touch that. I'm going to leave that alone, but that just kind of gives you an idea. Alright, so let's go to view, go back to outdoor, save it just like that. So do ahead, so we get any errors, I'm just going to save it again in that perspective for that outdoor view. And save right over that. So far we're doing pretty good. Close that out. So now we're all saved. It reevaluated the shapes file too. So these both work in tandem. This shapes file actually contains all the model data as far as the polys, the verts, and all that stuff. This is basically the guts of the model right here. The only thing this serves as is reference to the textures and such. That's really all the i3D does. You cannot edit the shapes file. The only way the shapes file can basically be edited is if you were to export the model from Giants Editor in the form of an OBJ file. That's the only format that we have from Giants Editor. Or just simply create a new model in your 3D modeling application of choice and export that as an i3D, and that's how that shapes file gets produced. It's through the creation of the model or edit of the model or the export of the model in Giants Editor to an OBJ into your modeling program. So that shapes file cannot be edited, and I'll kind of show this here. It's just kind of gobbledygook in here. You can't do anything with it by itself. But that is the guts, basically, of the model as far as the... you don't really want to touch this shapes file, to be honest. You can really mess up your model, I guess, as far as if you do that, especially if you don't have a... the raw model, I guess, as far as, like a scene in 3ds Max or in your Blender, if that's what you decide to use. If you don't have something to fall back on, then if you screw around with the shapes file by trying to hex edit it later, you basically just broke the model. So, the other thing I want to do, that was kind of what I was leading up to. Now that we've got it to this point, what I can do from here, just to kind of eliminate any additional textures and such that aren't being used to the model itself, I'm going to go ahead and reopen this one more time. And you'll find yourself doing this quite a bit just to ensure. What I'm going to do this time when I load it, in, and again, we don't have any errors or anything like that, that's good. I want to save it as a, there's another process we can use here. I'm going to export selection with files. So I'm going to include, and the fact that I got the two components, this might be a little tricky. Let's do this. I might be able to do this. I've done this before and it usually doesn't turn out too well, but I'm going to try this. It should be okay. Let's do this. Now, what I'm going to do is export selection with files. What this will do is the file structure, any of the files, the folders and whatever that are actually attached to this model that are selected, it'll spit that out and basically just eliminate anything else that's garbage. And that's what I can use as a means to be able to know what I don't need, I guess, in the mod folder as it sits prior to doing this step. So let's do export selection with files, and I'm going to put this right on the desktop, and just save this as what was the name of the original? Second here. The original i3D was just this here. So I got AC 8000 2-wheel drive. Okay. And it doesn't really matter, I guess, what I save it as. I don't have to save it exactly the same name as this. It's just if I want to be able to create a new i3D, so like that, it behooves me, I guess, to do that. I think what I'm going to do first, now that I think of that, let's cancel that for a second. I'm going to actually copy the name of this i3D, and the shapes file will be the same name, with the exception, I guess, to i3D shapes. You don't want to touch that. I can't stress that enough. So let's do properties for that. I'm going to copy the name of this i3D. Like so. Go back into the editor. These are selected. We're going to do File, Export, Selection with Files. Go to the desktop, and I'm going to save it as that same name on a desktop. So it won't step on it what's in our mod folder. All right. Paste that in here, i3D, and save. Now what that's going to do, it's going to give me a couple prompts to tell me, do I want to get the parent directory structure, and I want absolutely, and then also, do I want to keep the relative paths, and also yes. What that's going to do is any files that are being referenced to, say, the game files and such, it's going to maintain all that structure. So this is the only thing that it's basically using in this mod right now as far as this structure at this point. So this i3D and the shapes file, this is all brand new, and it's outside of our mods folder. So we still got these individual texture folders. We can condense this down even further at this point. Alright, so just kind of step these out here just to kind of show. So we're still using that loader folder as I showed earlier. It's just that one layer there, right? Okay. The GPS is used with all these textures. Okay, cool. Just to kind of give us an idea. So everything that wasn't used in our original mod folder here has now been chunked out by doing it that way. Okay, so the shaders file here, well, this was another one I forgot to take out. See, it didn't spit this out, for example. So the fact that this is obviously a dump, the fact that it didn't spit out a new shaders file in here, you know, based on what would it just spit out here by doing that export selection with files, there's no shaders file folder here, so that can actually go away too. And that might be one I missed actually, as far as when I initially did that. So I'm going to do a cut. This is our original mod folder, so what we're trying to do is reduce it down to what we need and what we don't need based on what it just spit out. Okay. So put this in the dump folder in the root here, so do paste. Okay. Go back to here. So GPS, so all of that looks like it just had the 5 files in here. We can compare that with what it spit out. So what it spit out, this folder, that still has five files in there. So we're going to keep that folder, obviously. So all we're doing at this point is just referencing our original mod folder here and comparing that to what it just spit out. So in here, we already got that down to where it needs to be, so that's good. Sounds. Now, this is something we're going to have to address separately as far as some of these WAV files. We don't want, the simulation does not like raw WAV files. You have to put them in an OGG format, so we'll have to do that in a separate step. Some of this looks like it can probably go this. I don't even know why this is in here. It's all empty. So we can probably chunk that out. Definitely. That's something we'll do next. I'm not gonna worry about that right now. Okay, so we got a texture folder. This one has 10 files in it. So what did it spit out here? So we do have one texture folder, and that's all it's referencing is the specular map. And this is a duplication, so we're going to condense this stuff. But just to kind of confirm, what it spit out here, it's only referencing this spec map in that texture folder. So, all right. So we go back to our original mod folder. So anything else that's in here, it's junk. So the only thing it's referencing is this. We're going to chunk this all out. Okay, so this is going to go in the dump folder under texture. So go to texture, paste that. So far this is what we got in our dump folder so far. Okay, next folder. Textures. What do we got in here? I'm sure there's probably a slew of them that we didn't need in this folder. So in textures, plural, with an S, we'll go into that folder, which is this one. That's still using quite a bit in here. So we got 59 items. So we go back to our original mod folder. This one has 88. Okay, so probably the best method to do here. This is where highlighting, when I copy these over, I won't cut them, I guess, from the new folder that spit out. I'll copy them over. The ones that aren't highlighted is the ones that we can purge out. Now, there's a couple of different ways we can go about this. I don't want to purge this whole thing because there's obviously items in here, but this is somewhat the way I'll go about this. So if I go to textures, which is going to be this one, and then do a select all. This is the new folder. This is what it spit out as our new stuff as far as, so it eliminated some files obviously because there's 88 in the original mod folder and 59 in here. So I'm going to copy these from here, minimize that, go back to our original mod folder, textures, and paste it. And then what it's going to do is going to tell me to overwrite, and they're all the same files because it's basically just a duplication of that. So what I want to do is this. Now it's going to highlight everything that it needs, right? So from here, and because there's a lot of files in here, I might not be able to get this all in one thing. What I usually like to do is take a reference, maybe take some screenshots, some snippets of actually what it's highlighted here, and I can go back and reference those, right? So just to kind of, I like using the snipping tool for this type of thing. So let's go like this. Okay, so that's up to, whoops, my bad. That's up to the gauges. Okay, and I'm gonna do an edit, copy, paste this into my paint program. Load this up, so we'll put that there. So that got me up to gauges there. Okay, and I'm still keeping all that stuff highlighted. I'm not going to click out of that because it's giving me what needs to stay. So I'm going to go, oh, son of a gun. I just goofed there. Let's back it up here. Oh man, I just dorked myself there. Ah, son of a gun. Alright. What I'm going to do is I'm going to try it again. It's all the same files, right? So I'm going to do it one more time. I clicked out of that. I didn't mean to do that. Alright, so we're going to do this one more time. So we'll do select all. That's kind of the beauty of that. That's just there. So we'll do copy again. Paste them back in. It's the same files, so it's not like we're hurting anything. Paste. Just tell that I want to deal with that. Highlight them up. So gauges. Roll it down to, where do gauges go? There's gauges. Okay, and then I'll take another snippet. So from grill down to trim. Okay, so I'm going to edit, copy that. When you got a lot of files like this, this is the best method, in my opinion, I guess, to do this way. If there's not as much in there, it's usually not quite as bad. So I'll just put that there. So we got it all the way down to trim. Okay. And basically what I'll be able to do is reference the stuff that's not highlighted and be able to purge those out individually just by looking at this reference here that I took. So from trim, I don't have that much left in here. So we do another snippet. Let's get the rest of this. And go from trim down to there. So now we got the rest of it. I'll copy that. And go edit paste as an image. So now we got all the files. Now everything that's gray obviously is still what's still highlighted. So this gives me an idea of what I can purge out. Okay, so from this initial first image, we can take out this one. Corona orange and white. Okay, so we'll go ahead and highlight those out. You know, from this point I can go ahead and just unhighlight that. I'm going to need to anyway, so I can select the ones I need to. So we got an Alice Chalmers here, and then a Corona orange and white. Purge those out. Cut those, put that in our dump. And that's under textures, correct? Yes. So that's in here. So I'm going to put those in here. That's our dump folder. Okay, we don't need this open anymore for now. So now we're only going back and forth between our original mod folder. So what was next here? So we got Alice Chalmers. Now, something I can do as well, that's kind of nice about doing it this way, is kind of, I'm going to make a different color here. Let's do green. And, whoops, green, thank you. And I got it on 4. So what I can do is I can cross these off as far as the ones I already got. So I got this one. Oops, my bad. Here, let's do this. We'll do a line. Freehand's not working too good for me at this point, so let's do it like this. And it doesn't really matter. Just want to be able to line them out. So the next ones on the list are Decals AO, Dual Hub, and Firestone. Okay, so let's go into our folder. So Decals AO, this one, Dual Hub, and Firestone. Now, these files might be being used, just by thinking of this, they might be being used by something else. We'll be able to determine that once we test it in the sim, or once we load up, like say the tires or whatever, to see if they are using that. We can always put that back. That's the whole purpose of creating that dump folder, right? That's part of the reason for doing that, because we don't want to trash it until we can confirm they're absolutely not being used. But as far as we know, up to this point, they aren't being used, at least by the model. So that's why we're purging them out for now, but putting them in this dump folder instead of just deleting them completely. Okay. So we took care of... Torch is still hanging out there. He's giving himself a shot. Oh man, didn't get anything. Rip. Alright, what I'm not sure is why is it... I don't know why it's doing that duplication there. It should only be doing the green. Anyway. Let's draw a line there. Oops. Helps if I get the right tool. I'm 100% sure why it's doing that, but whatever. Dual hub we got. And also the Firestone. Okay. Now the next one would be front 2WD tire. Yes, yeah, I think a lot of these are probably being used by the tires, as far as those configurations for the tires. Just by looking at these, possibly. We'll have to look at that once we purge them out. We might have to put those back in. We'll have to see. For now, we're just going to go ahead and take them out. So front rim, AO, 2D. So basically, all the ones that are labeled front, with exception to axle AO. Alright. So I'm going in here. So we need this out. This one needs to stay. All the rest of these that are labeled front can come out. Okay, so we'll cut. Put that in our dump folder. Boom. Getting her cleaned up. Alright, so that's that one there. So that's for that one. So we'll minimize that. Next one. Next one's going to be Hub 1AO and then IH 086 front. Hub 1AO. That's this one and this one. Just to verify. Yep. And then also IH red. IH red and IH wheels diffuse. these right here, so I'm going to cut these out. Put that in our dump folder. Okay. So that takes care of this one. This one. IH red. IH wheels diffuse. Alright, coming down to now we got a mirror bracket AO and a model number AO. Mirror bracket and a model number AO. Let's cut those out. And you want to do them a little bit at a time. I don't suggest, I guess, to try to get these all at once. Chances are, if you try to do that, in most cases you'll end up taking something out you didn't need to, or even miss something. So I tend to do them like 2 or 3, no more than 4 files, I guess, at a time. So we got new tire. Let's take that one out. It's kind of spread out there, so new tire can come out. Again, that might necessarily be used by the dynamic tires that are loaded in, that aren't attached to the actual model. We'll determine that, I guess, as we move along here. So the next one is rain cap black, and then these rear rim and tire AO. Okay. So that's going to be rain cap spec. This one and that one, just to verify. Yep, they're all those 3 right there. Cut those out like so, and put those in our dump. Okay. Next, so we want to cross these out. Took care of. Whoa, my goodness. Not really sure why it's doing that with that. Do I got this? What do I got this on? Number 1, I got it on freehand. Let's do this. Single line. That might be why. That's more better. That's better. Now, the next one we got is rim and then a spec. Okay, so we should have a rim and a spec. Cut those out. And put that in our dump. And then mark that on our list here. Rim, spec. Okay, and the next ones we got stack black spec and steering wheel diffuse. So that's this one and steering wheel diffuse. Cut those out. Put that in our dump. And mark those off on our list. Okay, now this one's store tire. I'm thinking some of these will probably need to get put back in here, but again, just for now, I'm pretty sure this store is still being used, and the way I can tell this right away is look at the mod desk really quick. So let's look at the mod desk. I'm pretty sure. No, not the mod desk, but the actual XML right here. Yep, so that's referring to that file here, texture store. So we're going to keep that, even though it does show it's not being used. That's because it's not attached to the model. So that's being loaded in a different fashion as opposed to just the model. So again, I know there's probably going to be some other files that we're purging out of here that will probably still need to be used that are tire related, for example. But just for now, we're going to do tire and trim. I'm going to leave that store because I already know by looking at the XML that it is being used. That was just a common one, I guess, as far as that. Sometimes they do put it. Normally, you would put this image in the root of the mod folder, not necessarily buried within a folder. It'll be right in the root. So we might end up moving that, for example, just to kind of make that more uniform, I guess, with other mods that are created. So tire and trim. Let's go back to textures. We just got tire and trim. So cut that out. Put that in our dump. Okay, so that's that list. Tire, trim. Alright, now last snippet here, we got universal dirt, window, and window specular. are not being used. Okay, so we have universal dirt, window, and window speculator. Cut that out, put that in our dump folder. Cool. Now, just to confirm, we've got 31 files in here. And what do we got left in here? I guess after purging all that out, we should have, let's open up, that's our dump. Let's open up the one that we did. I think we had 59 files, so I might have taken out, let me double check this. So textures, this is that one here. Nope, this one right here. That's our new one. So we should have 59 files. Is what it's actually using based on that purge or that creation of the new i3D with the selection of files. So we took out one too many files somewhere along the line. Alright, close that for a second. We should have 59 left in our folder. Right now it's showing 58. One way I can do that, let me reopen that folder. I'll just do it this way. We're at least one file short, so let's do textures. Let me open that up again. So I'm going to recopy this. Select all. Copy all that. And paste that back into our original textures mod folder. Paste. I can already see it did add one somewhere, so I took one out somewhere. Okay. Let's do that. And boom. Okay, so the store, I know we already kept that. Yeah, so it did add one back in here somewhere. So one of them in the dump folder, that's not too bad actually when I consider that. So we should be right where we need to be, I guess, as far as that goes. Because again, what I copied from here is what was when I spit that out there. Everything that's attached to that model is in this folder. All right, so we know all the stuff in here when we spit that out with the export of the selections. When we exported the model out with those items selected, everything we know is attached to that model in this folder. So by copying that back over, it put that one file that I must have took out in the dump is in there. So we're all good to go in this folder as far as that goes. It's a lot of textures, to be honest there. So next folder. So in textures with a Z, again we'll go back to this one it spit out. With the Z, only the one specular map. That's all it needs to be in there. So in here, everything that's not gender one needs to come out. So go here, 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 cut that out, and go to textures in our dump, which is this one, and paste those into here. Okay, so now we're good this way. Now again, I know I've got duplications of the gender in several of these folders. We're going to consolidate a lot of that, getting to that step. So just out of curiosity, I'm going to load up some of these tires because there are some textures in here too. Just out of curiosity, I want to load. Alright, we can close this one here. We got that export from that. Cool. Let me load some of these up there. So we got duals, front tires, and rear tires. So we got some configurations in there. Let's load these up here and see if there's any errors. As long as there's not any errors here, we should be good to go so far. Yep, so we already got errors in here. So it's reading some of those that we took out. Okay, and that's kind of what I've expected too. So what we can do, actually, these ones that it's recalling to, we can actually put them. We'll put them actually in this folder here. So we'll have to rewrite. Right now, currently, I got this duals that are open. I can rewrite this i3D to take into account these folders here. So let's go ahead and these should be in our dump folder, right? So in textures, you got the rim, universal dirt, firestone. Oh, there's two references to universal dirt. Interesting. All right, so let's go to our dump. go to textures with an S, and we need to put rim universal dirt. Oops. So we should have rim universal dirt and Firestone. Firestone right there. So we're gonna cut these out of here. It's no longer a dump, and put these in here. Now what we'll have to do with those down in there, we're gonna have to rewrite this i3D for those tires, so that'll reference it to that folder that we just moved it into. So let's open this up this way. So instead of it going into that folder that it previously was, now it's going to go into, and the way this works, as far as creating this, all we need to do is just reference this textures folder now. So it's not going up a layer to go to this textures folder. That's what the double dot, as I explained earlier, means. So instead of it reading it from here, it's actually going to read it from this textures folder is what we want it to do. So the only thing we need to do to get it to do that is remove the dot dot. And just bring it right down so that it reads the textures folder that's right in that folder to where this this i3D resides. Okay, so now what it'll do is once I save this and load it back up there, it's going to load it from this textures folder and not this textures folder. Okay, so we're going to save this one just like that. This is referring to yep, dollar data stuff's cool. All over there. Save that and close it. Now we're going to reopen that, and it's going to load that in. We're going to resave that i3D. So let's load this up, make sure we have no errors. And this is what you'll go through, I guess, as far as doing, dealing with, yep, see we have no errors. And it's no longer gray, so we know all those textures are being applied. So we'll do file save as, and that's going to, gotta point to the proper folder here. Alice Chalmers, tires, and this duals. Yes. Alright, close that up. So that one's done. Now let's load up this front tires and see if we get any errors for that one. Okay, and oh, yep, let's see, we got another plethora of errors. So we got, and again, it's referring to the one that's in texture. So I think if we just, I think there's only one other file that I see in here is the front rim 2WD. We need to put in that one in there. Everything else, actually, there's a tire. So two files. Tire DDS and front rim 2-wheel drive, it looks like. Okay, so again, we're going to go to our dump into textures with an S. There is, right, hold on, I got to read this again. Front 2-wheel drive tire. I saw that one in our dump. So that's this one. The universal dirt's already in there. We're going to move that over. And then front rim 2WD, which is this one. Okay. And also tire EDS. Yeah, the universal dirt we already moved over from the previous one that we did. So then tire, which is this one. Cool. So we'll cut these out from our dump and put those into our textures folder here. Like so. Okay, so that's another, like I said, this is another reason why you want to put those files that you're purging out into a dump folder, so because some of these it has to still be used somewhere. That's what we're experiencing. So we're going to close this, and we're going to edit that i3D for front tires. And again, same thing as we did with the duals. We want to just reference to the textures folders that's within that tire. So just to get this all the way down, this textures, so it doesn't go up a layer like that. There we go. So we'll go ahead and save this, and then load that up and see if we get any errors. As long as we don't get any errors, we're good to go. Go ahead and save it. And no errors. Cool, so we'll go ahead and save it. Front tires. That one's good to go. So let's check the... I always like to close that right out. Let's do the rear tires. See if there's anything else we need to put in there. Holy mackerel. All kinds of orders here. Okay, so again, looks like for the most part... hold on a second here. What do we got here? So we got dual hub. Yeah, so we got some other textures we need to add in here yet. No problem. No problem. Let me move this here. So universal dirt we already got in there. Firestone's already in there. H wheels. I think my playlist is over. Let me go ahead and get that back going again. There we go. Cool. Looking through, so we got a dual hub DDS. So we need to go into textures with an S. So it's going to be in this folder, still in our dump. So we got dual hub, this one here. Universal dirt's already in there. We got the H wheels diffuse. My bad. H wheels diffuse. IH wheels, my bad. That's right there. Rear rim AO, which is this one. Universal dirt, Firestone's already in there, so that's it. So it's those 3 files there. So we're going to cut these out from our dump and put those into textures folder here. Cool. And then we can close this out and edit that i3D for the rear tires. So let's go Notepad, and just like we did the rest of them, get it down so it reads it from the textures folder within this tires folder instead of going up later. Why they had it that way in the first place, I have no idea. When you already got a textures folder, I guess within the, whoops, sure we're not screwing that up. There we go. So we gotta save that, and then we'll load it up, make sure we don't get any errors. I'm going to check and see if it's using this shaders folder too. I don't know if it is or not. And no errors. Cool. Go ahead and save that as rear tires. Yes. Good deal. Alright, so shaders. I'm going to look through these in Notepad here. So it is not using that shaders folder. So I can probably purge that out. At least this one's not. That's the duals. Let's check them all. Front tires, that one's not using that folder either. And rear tires, yep, none of these sets of tires are using that shaders folder right here. So this can come out. So we'll just cut that out. So we're going to need a tires folder in our dump here. So we'll create a tires folder here and paste it into here. Okay, just cleaning out some of this garbage. So now we've got just the files that we need to have as far as in here, instead of it going up to this one. I'm gonna get these to where it's only one texture folder. This bugs the ever-living crap out of me. My OCD is getting the better of me as far as having all these in separate folders. There's also, we'll be able to consolidate this reference to the specular. It's in 2 locations here. We don't need that. On top of being able to reduce the size of that one, that's way too big. It's probably in a 4096. I'm just get it down to a 2048. Not a big deal. So at this point, what we can do with all that being purged out we should be able to attempt to load this up in Giants Editor again, and see if we get any errors. Yeah, here's another reference. So we got at least 3 references to gender. One, that specular map that we don't need them in those separate locations. So let's just go ahead and load this up real quick and see if we get any errors first. With all that stuff purged out. Shouldn't get any. Awesome. Okay, so we're just going to leave it just like it is. No errors. So we're in good shape so far. So now what I want to do at this point is, first off, I want to any duplication of reference for the gender 1. So I'm going to do a search for that. I want to make it into 1. So just like what I did with the $data stuff, as far as for the vehicle shader, I just want 1 reference to it. Right? So I want to be able to take out those lines for the duplication of the gender. I want it to just refer to 1. So, second here, let's do search, fine. Let me just look up gen. I don't know if that's going to be 2. Let's just do this, gen underscore dirt. So there's that one. So there's only there's 3 of them, yep. Okay. So the way I do this, what I want to do is establish what directory do I want that file to be referenced from, and I need to put them, all 3 of these references, the same, just like I did with the way I showed with the reference to the vehicle shader via the $data, the game files. So I want to create a textures, not create, but use the textures folder, which has the majority of the textures. So, is there gender in this one here? If there is, I'm going to go ahead and... Nope, there is not. So what I'll do, I'll copy this one just for now. Copy it just for now. Over to textures. I want to use this one is going to be the bulk of where all the textures are going to reside, just so I can consolidate it. So paste that into here. So that was not in there. So I need to change every reference in here to the gender 1 to just textures. And again, I'm not touching on the file ID. That'll get reassigned once I edit just the file name itself as far as where it's located, and do that to every reference in here. In this case, there's 3 of them, to all the same. So those duplications, once I open it up in Giant Center and save it, it's going to consolidate that. It's just a 1 file ID. Okay, so let's do it like this. Textures. Whoops. Cool, so I'll be able to copy this like so, and then those other references I'm gonna go back up because I know they're up this way. So I'll also do it here. Just paste that. Cool. That was just the one letter. Just wanted to make sure that it was. I just copied that whole line that I wanted to remain. Let's go up here and then get this one here. Paste, and go ahead and save this. Okay, now what I'm going to do, that being moved, it's only going to read this one here. So any other references that I got of it in other locations, like this texture folder, I don't need it anymore, so I can cut this out. Actually, refresh that. I'm going to do it this way. So I'm going to cut this out. I already got a texture folder in our dump, which is here. Paste that in here. And then just delete this one in here, since I got that in my dump. Okay, so we don't need that folder anymore. This folder, same thing. We don't need it. So we'll cut this out. Now I've already got that in the dump folder. I'm just going through the motions here. Yep. So that's our dump there. and then delete this textures folder. So we just consolidated that all down. So much better. So loader, same thing. That was 2. This is the last one here, so I can remove this loader one altogether. Go to our dump, loader, and that one was texture. Paste that into here. Yep, that's our dump. And then what I can do from here is just eliminate this folder. Delete. That's a huge consolidation right there. So now what the way I've got this saved, that I'd saved that previously, I'll be able to open this up there and not get it. As long as I don't get any errors, I'm in good shape. Which I shouldn't get any errors. Boom. So, yep, no errors. No errors or warnings. That's exactly what I want to see. So, because I did the edit to the i3D as far as to maintain, I want to save this. And then all those references, like I said, as far as just like I did with the vehicle shader, it's going to consolidate all those references to that specular map, as far as the gen dirt, into one file ID after I save this. So that's optimizing the model in that regard. So I need to go up to this one here. I want to right over this. Yes. Close that. So now that's saved with the shapes file. That's all combined together. Now if I look at this, now with the gen dirt, it's only going to be one file ID reference to it now instead of 3 individual ones. That was the whole idea of doing that. See, now it's just the one reference, which is file ID 3 now, instead of those 3 separate references there. That in itself is with the vehicle shader, the gen dirt, consolidating it down to just one textures folder. That's like massive optimization there, because it's not having to go to several different folders to get the same type of files. Basically, they're all duplications of files. There's just no reason for that. It's kind of confusing the simulation as far as like where am I going to get all these files? Now it's a lot more easier to read. I can probably even put this GPS stuff into the textures folder as well. Just to do some further consolidation, I can take these files that I reference in the GPS folder and I can go right back into here. And anything where it's GPS, just put textures to it. Put all of our textures in that one folder. In fact, that's what I'm going to do. So textures, so we should have five lines for these because we got 5 file textures in there. Textures. So I can either just hand type that or go ahead and just copy this here, for example. And the fact that it's highlighting all that like that, I know they're all the same. So that one I just changed, I know anything that you highlighted that's the same, it's going to highlight it like that. That's what's another thing that's kind of nice about using Notepad++. So regardless if I just go ahead and get this or the one I just retyped, copy that and just replace this over GPS. Again, it's showing me what's the same. It's kind of nice this way. Highly recommend the use of either Notepad++ or even Sublime. Sublime is a pretty nice utility for doing this type of scripting and coding. Alright, so we had 5 lines, correct? We had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Excellent. So we'll be able to eliminate this GPS folder altogether. I'll go ahead and cut these out of here and paste them into textures folder. Paste. And then just delete that deal. There we go. So that's all that matters. So we're going to go save on this i3D. Close it. And then load up our model again. And we shouldn't get any errors. As long as we don't get any errors, save it. I'm going to go. And there it is. So we got no errors. Go ahead and save the i3D. that's like hugely. Now, I did not save, I guess, as far as the original mod folder, but I can tell you right off the bat here. So if we go select all, this ends up being only 7 items. We'll be able to make the comparison here now at this point, as far as how much we pulled out of this. So the original zip for this, before doing all that consolidation and purging of the files that aren't being used, I don't need any of this anymore. Should be all good to go there. Okay. So the original zip on this, I'm just gonna do a comparison here. So, whoops. Bear with me a second. So this original zip, which is right here, I made a backup of it. We're gonna make a new zip based on that. This one happened to be 75.6 megabytes, and that's including all the garbage and stuff that we just took out. So we're gonna compare now as far as to see what we've reduced this down to now by taking all that garbage out of there, and we're gonna test this in the sim. I'll probably be making some adjustments to the sounds. I'm gonna get to that. We'll go and test it in the sim and see how we're doing with that. Everything that we've edited here so far, I want to be able to test it and not get too far ahead of myself. Okay, but from what we have here, we should be pretty good to go. Hopefully we shouldn't have any major errors. So we're going to make a new zip based on what we got here now. Might step on the stream for a little bit as I do this, but hopefully it's not too bad. Yeah, that wasn't too bad. I was kind of watching the CPU usage there because I do, as it does that archive there, I've got it on ultra compression, and it tends to use a little bit of CPU to be able to process in there. So as we stand right now, we've gone from 75.6, as I said, down to what is it now? 28.8 megabytes. So we took, trying to do that math there really quick, we took about 40. Oh, my numbers guy. Let's go and do the numbers. We got 75.6 and subtract out 28.8. We took out 46.8 megabytes of junk. So we just optimized this model by taking all that trash out. So now we'll be able to test this in the sim to see how well it functions. Okay, so we're going to cut this and actually put it into our game files here, and we'll go test it out. That's our dump. We're going to save that for now, just in case. I don't think we're going to need it, but just in case. Let me get this into our mods folder here. Documents, games, that. Put it right in here. Cool. And then we'll just make sure. I want to make sure I got this set up on. This might take a second for it to. I had to reload Steam because it had a little bit of an update there, so it's got to reread all the games that I do have installed as far as the Logitech profiler. Yep, it's still on Farm Sim. Cool. Awesome. And then we'll go ahead and load it up in the game. And usually when I test mods, I don't like to have any other mods loaded other than the mod that I'm testing. So I always like to go into a new save game, for example, when I do this. That way there's no cross read, I guess, as far as any other mods that might interfere, I guess, with checking out the mod that I just fixed. It's always the best way to do it. Don't try to load it up, I guess, with other mods, whether or not they're already cleaned up or not. If they're clean mods or not. Okay, so getting into career mode here, we're going to a new save game. I'm just going to new farmers fine. We'll just go right into Ravenport. Default map. And I want to deselect all. The only ones that I want to load in here, so here's the LS jammers I want to test. Right? The only one I do want to put in here, which I don't really need to, but I'm just going to that one, as well as the disable collisions camera. Where's that bad boy? This one right here. That's usually the only two I like to load in there. I got all these other mods that are in here, but I'm not going to activate any of those, just so it doesn't interfere, I guess, with the testing of this Alice jammers that I want to test. But that is the mod I definitely want to test. This is the one we just edited right there. So let's load this up. I'm going to bring up the dev console here to see if we got any errors this way. So as it gets to that mod, as far as when it loads it in, we shouldn't have any warnings or errors, I guess, for it. So if we do initially from this step, then that's obviously something we'll have to address. But basically what's listing in here as far as the dev console, it's the same log that you have in your it's just in the form of a text file. This is what's being written to the that log, is as far as it's in your game directory, as far as your documents. So far I'm not seeing anything. Now Giants just had a oh, I'm already seeing something here for the Alice jammers, which is a okay, so that's something we took out that's obviously using just one error. Looks like it's so that's another reason why we created that dump folder, I guess, for the stuff that we initially saw. So that might be a store image or a brand image or something like that. So far that's not too bad. So let's roll it back up here. So yeah, this error here that I'm referring to, this, I remember taking this out in our dump folder, so we'll probably have to put that. That's probably, I'm guessing, probably the brand image. And again, that's not attached directly to the model, so hence the reason when you did that, when I went through that process as far as to export with selections, it's not going to include this. It's not attached to the model. So that's pretty good that it's only that one texture. So we'll have to apply that. So what will happen here is we probably won't, if this it does happen to be a brand image, it just won't show in the stores at all when we go to try to buy it, which can be easily corrected because we have those in our dump file, our dump folder. So that's pretty good so far. So let's go ahead and load this up. No, I don't want to do any of that. So initially what I do here, I think I should be able to go to the store. Store should be, man, I haven't played in Ravenport in a long time, I'll be honest. Let's go ahead and visit the store like so, and we're gonna go ahead into the store and buy that. Now the Alice Chalmers is a small tractor, so we got it loading up in here like this. So there it is. Let's see what kind of errors we got. Oh yes, we got all kinds of stuff here. So yeah, this here must be the that DDS. As far as that error, that's the image here for the brand name. So it's saying it needs that. That can be easily corrected. That's not an issue. The other warnings we're getting here is for, okay, so we got some script issues in here. We got to rename some items in there. I think I do have that already saved in a text document there. So that's something else we'll have to address to fix that warning. And then also the raw wave files that I was talking about earlier as well. Those will have to be put in OGG format. The simulation doesn't care for raw file formats here. As far as in waves, you got to put them in OGG. So that's easily fixable just by running those wave files. I got a program, I guess, for doing that, and that's not a big deal. Yep, so it's just these sound files as far as those. Yeah, so pretty good so far. Other than the brand name image in the store, and those, and then that deal here for the cylindered. It's hard to read there. I can understand that, but that's in the XML itself for this particular tractor. So we'll have to fix that. And I already have that reference in my previous save of that log in there, so it's just something else that needs to be addressed as well. Let's get rid of that. Actually, I want to go ahead and buy this and see what we got here. So let's check our configurations out. So we got the single tires. And I'm going to bring up this here just to kind of see here. So it goes from single tires. Yeah, see what it's doing is it's repopulating as when you apply the additional configurations to it, it has to reload the model. So what it's doing is it's just repopulating all the errors and warnings in duplication, I guess, as far as to say, yeah, these still exist. So that's all it's doing. They're not additional errors, it's the same errors and warnings, which each time that I change the configuration. Yep. Still with the sounds and the cylinder and all that stuff for the... Yep. So we're good. So this one only has single tires and rear duals, looks like. Okay. Those seem to be fine. Engine setups. So it goes all the way up to 190 XT, 200, 180. Yep. We'll put it on the 200. And then we get a front loader attacher. No error for that. That's nice. Sweet. Let's go ahead and buy that. Yes. See what we got. So other than just those issues, I guess, with the cylinder, yeah. So that's just repopulating. It's not an additional error. It's just the same error that's repopulating, I guess, in the dev console. But that gives you a lot of information, I guess, as far as what you do have to address. So we'll check this out. The single tires with our front loader. Let's also buy... So I already bought that one. Let's buy one with duals. Check that out too. Cool. So we got 2 renditions of the LS jammers with the dual tires and one with singles. See how it sounds anyway. Yep. So we got a horn. Nice. And what are the lights? Check all these other functions out, I guess, while we're in here. Front loader works. See what we look like in the cockpit. First person view. Now, as I was saying before, the way I saved that in Giants Editor, as far as when you go into first person view, remember that view that I saved as far as in the outdoors? That's what gives you that perspective. So whatever depth that you put that at, as far as when you save it in that outdoor camera view, that's how it's going to look when you get into the third person here like this. Unless, you know, you can zoom in and out, right? But as far as where it initially starts from, that's where that setting that up initially in Giants Editor is where it's going to put you. So that's exactly the way it's showing. Cool. Something else I wanted to take a look at here. Let's go back in the store here real quick. Go back to that. Yeah. So, yeah, I wanted to look and see how far it actually loads in the store here. Because sometimes when you load these up in here, that can be adjusted in the XML for the model itself. Sometimes they're like super close. And right where that loads in, that's perfect. As far as like the distance. So you don't have to zoom out, I guess, to get away from D2. So that's good. So we got to put back the brand image and fix the raw wave files as well as the reference to that cylinder deal in there. So those 3 items, that's the only thing we need to fix, I guess, to make this thing good to go. Cool. Alright. That's all we wanted to do. So far we're in good shape. Very, very good shape. Alright, so we don't need any of this anymore. We've already confirmed all that stuff. Yes, we don't need that. Alright, I guess oh, I didn't completely close out the game, my bad. Sorry for blinding you all. I forgot I didn't get all the way out of the game. I wonder why I was launching so sluggish. I was still trying to close the game. My bad. I got it. Getting ahead of myself here. Just give me a second here. There we go. Okay. Yeah, so I closed out. I was able to still close out Paint Shop Pro with all that stuff. So that's kind of the process of what I like to do anyway, as far as to purge out any files that you don't need. I'll have it spit out after I get it cleaned up enough or whatever. Like, I'll spit that out and just actually have it spit out only the files that are attached to the model, and then to this point, the only thing I had to put back in is what you saw with the tires, and that also the brand, which I'm assuming that's what that was. We'll go ahead and load that up there. So it was an Ellis Chalmers. Let's go in our log here. We'll go check it out this way. I do have some of this already saved, I guess, as far as I know. It's the same stuff. I just didn't do it. I didn't take care of them right away, I guess, as far as with the sound files and all that stuff. So it's going to populate all this business for... So where was that one for this one right here? So this textures, Ellis Chalmers, I remember pulling that one out. We need to put that back. So we go to our dump folder, go into textures, and we should have this one here. So this must be the brand logo, I'm assuming. Cut that out of here and put that back into our... So that was supposed to be in here. Okay, so probably what I'm going to do, and that's the same goes for the store image, I'll probably put that in the root of the mod folder in here instead of in the textures folder. That's easy to correct it. So if I go into the mod desk, in an effort to do that, so it's referring to, yep, same here, textures, and also, yep, so this is the brand image. That one I just put back in there. That's why we weren't getting brand image, and hence the error. In the mod desk, it was saying, look, this texture isn't here. That's why it spawned the error. So I put that back in there so we won't have that anymore. But what I want to do, instead of it reading into textures, I'm going to read it right in the root of the folder. So take it out of textures and put it in here. But also, what I want to do, instead of naming it as Ellis Chalmers, I'm going to name it as brand. And then actually take a look at that texture. So go from here. I know I just put it in here, but where'd it go? This one right here. So I'm going to cut it out of here. I know I just put it in there, but it makes sense to have that as well as the store image into the root. That's the general construct for most mods. You put your store image and your brand image in the root here as far as where your i3D is at. That's not a standard protocol, but that's normally the way Giants likes to have them. So like if you were to submit this to Giants, I guess for the official mod hub, that's what they would require, is that construct. So we're just gonna go ahead and rename this, whoops, my bad, to store. And we don't, if there was additional types of, if this was like a mod pack, as far as you're loading different types of tractors and stuff in this particular mod, you'd want to name it store or whatever, underscore or whatever. But the fact that we only have this one tractor in here, it's quite appropriate just to put it as store. And basically what this is what we saw when we loaded it up there as far as the mod. So I might even create an icon. Again, this is something that Giants likes to see, is if you were to consider to submit this to Giants officially. This is probably not one that would, but that's the kind of approach I like to take. It is to construct it in the same fashion that Giants would require. So what Giants requires is to have a store image, which is what you'll see when you're trying to purchase it in the store. They have an icon, which basically what will show up is as you load up which mods you want to activate, as far as the mod activation screen prior to starting up the map. And then you also have your brand logo. So if it happens to be a brand that isn't already built into the game, you have that image separate as well. So those three icons. Now, if you're using a brand that's already in the sim, then you don't need that logo, but you will at least need an icon in the store image. Alright, so with this one renamed, I need to also adjust that in the mod desk here to say store instead of the Ellis Chalmers, so it coincides with that. Okay, and then for this one here, I'm going to make an icon, so I'm going to go ahead and change this right away too. So instead of it reading the store, I'm going to have it read an icon, which is a smaller image. That's probably another fair mention. Okay, and we're going to retain, I guess, as far as who originally created this mod. I'm also going to go ahead and right away, so mod desk version 43 is going all the way back to when Farm Sim 19 was originally created. This kind of tells the tale as far as like how old or when this mod was created. By updating the mod desk version, it's basically putting it up to the common. Now with this latest update that they did with the 1.7, I think they're at, I'd have to double check it, but I think they're at a 52 as far as the mod desk version. For now, what I'll do is I'll just leave it at a 51, which was the 1.6 update. But I'll have to double check it, but I'm not 100% sure. But I think they're at mod desk version 52 with that latest 1.7 update. I'm gonna put 51 for now, just to keep it up to date. Now 43 was the original mod desk version that they had when the simulation first came out back in October, November 19. And each time they do an update or a patch or add new DLC, what have you, that's when the mod desk version necessarily gets updated. So, and it's really just to give you a clarification, as it's kind of like a timestamp or even a time capsule of when this mod was originally created. Next to the actual version, which this one here happens to be a 1.1. So that's kind of a hand-in-hand type of thing with that. So with that all being done, the only thing I need to do is bring an icon over, and I got an empty icon template for that, so I'll bring that over. So save this. In fact, let me bring that up here for that empty icon here. I've got that in this folder. Let's see. This one here, this empty icon. I'll just copy this over to our mod folder. Okay, and initially all this is going to be is just empty. I'll eventually put an image too that I guess to reflect what it actually is. For now, we'll just do it blank. So if I just open this up here, it'll show just blank. So it shows that this is a much smaller image. Now if I open the store image, you'll see the difference, which is this one right here. Actually, that's the brand. Well, you know what? I named that wrong. My bad. That's supposed to be brand. Again, getting ahead of myself. This needs to be brand. Okay, so the other thing we need to do is bring over the store image from the textures. So we got to look for store. Where's that one at? Right there. So we're going to cut this one out of here and put that into the root of the folder. So we already made those changes in the mod desk. We also need to change it in the XML here. Yep, so this right here, we also need to take that out of textures and put it right in the root. Same name, just like that. There's additional, I got to deal with that cylinder deal as far as that error that was showing up in the logs. I got to address that too. I'll get to that in a second. One thing at a time. Alright, so the store image, now that I have that repointed from the mod desk and the XML, we can look at this one. You can see the difference. Actually, they've got this the same size. That's kind of weird. Normally, this store image you want it to be 512 by 512. That's what Giants requires, I guess, as far as officially. So I might actually try to. This is actually a nice image. That's old school. Let's go ahead and try this. You usually don't want to take an image this small and try to upscale it, kind of pixelate it. But just out of curiosity, let's see what it does here. Yeah, and probably one thing to take note of: there's no bitmaps, or this one probably doesn't have an alpha channel in it either, as far as like a transparency in it. Some, for the most part, will, so that it's only showing just the model, for example, with transparency in the background. This one's just kind of a magazine image, I guess you could say, and it's not wrong to do that. It's just they try to make this kind of more simplified. So there actually is a mask in here. I'm not sure why. Anyway, we're gonna go ahead and try to resize this to a 512. Keep it scaled. That's actually not too bad. So we'll go ahead and file, save as. Yep, I'm going to just overwrite this store image here. Yes, and then we want this as a DTX5. It was showing it had an alpha, so we want to maintain that with no bitmaps. Let's go ahead and save that. 7. Yep, we're good to go there. So that's saved in a 512 format. The icon, as I showed earlier, here is 128 by 128 in comparison. So just to kind of show that one again. So the icon's smaller than the actual store image. Okay. And then your brand is going to be that size. Oh, that almost needs to be updated. That's kind of really grainy. Let's see if we can find a let's do a web search here. We're gonna see if we can fix that. That looks a little blurry. I don't even think I can fix that in here. I'm gonna see what I can find here. Let's see what we got here. We'll kind of freshen this up a little bit. So let's do Alice Chalmers. Okay, let's go to images. Oops. I had the stream raiders going on there. I forgot about that. I'm gonna have to close some of this stuff. I got too much stuff going on. Alright, so let's bring this over here. Just kind of show you what I'm looking at here. Move tab to new window. Let's bring this over here. So this kind of shows some of the tractors, at least anyway. I want the brand logo. That's what I'm looking for here. Alice Chalmers. Let's do logo. Let's see what we got here. So we have more of a linear format that we need here. Like so. Okay, let's see here. Do we have... most of these? This one might work. We can probably use that. We can take this and break it down as far as the insignia here and then the linear. Let's see what we can do with that. I'll save this as that. I'm not going to worry about the name of it. Okay, let's bring that into our paint program. Kind of freshen this one up a little bit. Okay, so yeah, this is the proper size. Let me double check this. 256 by 64. Yes, I believe that is correct. I'm gonna open up another brand logo just to verify. Let's see, which one do I got? I got lots of other products that I've worked on here, so let's go. Just gonna think here for a second. I think I've got... yeah, so this is kind of what I was showing you here. This is another way you can name your icons and whatever. As far as like if you've got more than one item in your mod, as far as like to name it, you know what it is, as far as what the store image belongs to, for example. That's just kind of another example. Trying to think what the heck I got that's got a brand. Oh, I know where I can go. I created a custom brand for another filler. Yeah, let's do this. I got an Adea. Let's do this. Steel. And this brand here. So this is the size we want it to be. So we're actually too small. Okay, that's what I wanted to confirm. So we need the brand logo to be this size, and that happens to be 512 by 256. Now, also to confirm, we can go to the game brands, for example. So let's go to games on Steam. I had to reestablish some of my shortcuts, I guess, to some of this stuff here, so I don't remember if I put that one back in here or not. Yep, I sure did. Cool. 19, go to data, store, and brands. So we can check out any one of these, it doesn't matter which one. Yep, so that one's too big. Alright, so this is the size that they use, Giants uses, I guess, for their brand image. So this is the size we want to go by. So image information, 256 by 128. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and close that. Yeah, so this is something I played around with as far as creating a custom brand. This can be scaled down. Obviously, I made it a little bit bigger based on this one here, just to give it some clarity, but it can be reduced down, I guess, to the appropriate size, which is this one. Okay. So, what we need to do for this, I'm going to create a new image that's in the conform of, what did I say? 256 by 128. So let's go new 256 by 128. You can see Torch going ham, I guess, and trying to get slots and all that. I'm just waiting for the exclamation point win. Alright, so we got this new image here, and what I'm going to do is put white background to it, similarly like this one is. What we're going to end up doing is just overwriting this all together, because this one's kind of blah. Alright, so we're going to do white. Okay, and then we're going to put it in the same conformity here, as far as like we're going to grab. Let me try something here. I'm going to see if I can get that white out of this. So let's try to flood it in. Let's do this. I'm going to promote this to a layer and flood that in. Yikes. Okay, let's change the tolerance. Let's put that up a little bit higher. Not too bad. Can be a little bit better. Let's go up a little bit higher on the tolerance. That's actually not too shabby. That's pretty decent. So what I'll do from this way, got this in a layer, I'll be able to do like this. And chunk that out like so. There we go. Now we're just brown to this. Now we want to take this. Copy that, paste that into a new image. Okay, now we'll be able to put that, and then we'll get the insignia itself. Edit, paste into new image. Okay, now we want to put this. Edit, paste as new layer. Might have to shrink that down just a tad in order to get this in here. So let's do a deformation. Okay. And then try to squeeze this in here now. So do edit, copy. Edit, paste this new layer. And we'll also do a deformation on that. Let's put this down here. Probably something like that. Do that. It's not actually too shabby. Alright, so now what we can do with these two layers, we'll turn this one off for a second, merge those two, visible, so now it'll be one layer, like so. And then from this layer I want to take selection, select all. Got to create an alpha channel for this. Select it like so, selections, save to alpha. That's what that's going to look like. So anything in white is going to only be the only part that's going to show. Anything in black is going to be masked out. That's going to be transed out. That's what we want. Cool. Now what we'll be able to do is layers, merge all, flatten. File, save as, and we're going to point that to here. and DDS, and overwrite this file. Yes. And we want that DTX5 with no bitmaps. DTX5 will have the alpha in it. That's definitely what we want. Steelcrafter, how we doing, everybody? Let's I'm actually working on that Elmas one of the Alice Chalmers. As far as cleaning that up, man, it took a lot of junk out of that thing. And now I'm just cleaning up the some of the other stuff that was kind of didn't look too good. Needed a little bit of polishing. So we just updated the brand logo, I guess, for that. A lot of this stuff was like in one of the textures folders, so I brought it into the root of the mod folder. It made more sense to do it that way. All right, so that should be good to go there. So I'm gonna leave that open for a second until we can confirm and check that out. One of the other things I need to address, and that's in the script for it here, it was referring to the going to the log here. So we got this deal here with the this cylinder deal here, this moving tool. We need to fix that, and it basically will tell you vehicle cylinder moving tools file name is no longer supported, and it tells you right here as far as use vehicle cylinder moving tools instead. So that's all it's telling you. It's telling you what to do right in this line. So what we need to do is we need to find moving tools, exactly what it's referring to here, and change it so that it says what it's telling you to put. That's pretty simple, actually. They don't always work out that way, but that one's pretty specific. So what we're going to do is do a search in here for moving tools. So let's do moving. In fact, that's probably all I need to put. Let's go down. And in moving tools here, let's see what's going to get to where it's specifically telling me. Alright, let me see. Let me bring that back up again. Yeah, the 180-200, yes. Yep, I cleaned out, and I was just showing everybody, I guess, as far as I cleaned out about 48 megs of crap. Now I'm just cleaning up some of the errors that are still coming up, I guess, as far as some of the raw wave files and stuff. I'll get to that. What I'm fixing here currently is this error for the it doesn't like this reference to the moving tool for whatever this control is. Let's see. It's got to reassign that. Wheel cylindered, vehicle cylinder, moving tools. Moving tools, controls, icon, file name. Okay, so let's scroll through here. So we're in the right section. We just got to find this part where it's referring to wonder why I'm not seeing that. Yeah, it's a nice mod, and it definitely deserves, I guess, a little bit of attention. I guess to get it cleaned up a little bit. 3-point hitch. I didn't even look at that, to be honest. Looked at all those specifics, but yeah, for a small tractor, it gets as far as having that on there. That's pretty cool. Yeah, here it is, cylindered. That's what I was trying to find here. So cylindered, moving tools under cylindered. We got to find. So this should all be one section here. So there's all my cylindered stuff. So that gets us in the ballpark of what we need to be looking at. What the warning is here. And in specific, control icon file name is not supported anymore. So there should be control icon file name should actually be listed in here. We just need to remove that and rename it. Why am I not seeing that in here? Got a lot of nodes in here. Usually these end up being pretty specific. Yeah, that's the word. Oh, right here. Move controls, front loader arm. So it doesn't like this right here. My bad. I'm looking right at it. So it doesn't like this anymore for the front loader. What it's saying to use instead of that, go back to the warning here. It's saying to use vehicle cylinder moving tools. We got to use controls under icon name. Moving tool. Man, that's the same. What the heck? Controls number icon. Oh, so it's icon name instead of file name. That's the difference. Like, what the heck's the difference? Yeah, so you can see this here. I had to take a closer look at this. So it's saying what's in here currently is icon number file name. It just needs to be renamed to control number icon name. So we need to copy this. So it needs to be icon name and not file name. So we'll just go like this. So basically what it's saying here is where it's this icon file name, it just needs to be icon name. So that's pretty simple. So it needs to be like this instead of, and I think that's got to be an uppercase N. I think it's pretty specific. Let's go in here. Check that. Yeah, so it's got to be camel lettered as far as like icon, uppercase N for name. So instead of file name, it just needs to be icon, uppercase N name. So that's a pretty simple fix. And that's just a warning, but that's something that needs to be addressed. So icon name, and then also on this one, it's got two references in here. So that's a pretty simple fix, actually. It's just a matter of just finding it, but that's a pretty specific warning that it's giving you in the log. So yeah, and I've got actually the Ford 9600 as well to do. Whether I'll get to it, I guess, in the stream will still have to be seen. I'm still working out the specifics on the Alice Chalmers here first. Once I get that all cleaned up, I might move into that 9600. That one's got quite a bit of junk in it too. Alright, so that should fix that warning for that cylinder section. Just renaming that as far as the icon name instead of icon file name. So that's pretty simple. So I've already adjusted up here previously, I guess, as far as to redo the yeah, this was reading it from textures. Now I'm going to read it just from the root of the mod folder now instead. So right there. Oh, the only thing we did was resize it to the appropriate constraint on that one there. So now we've got our empty icon, our store, and our brand. I'll probably end up putting an Alice Chalmers model onto that icon, but just to get a placeholder in there for now. Okay, that way we've got all the appropriate image files that we need for each screen you go to in the game, at least anyway. Alright, so other than needing to adjust all the sound files, which are here, there's probably some stuff in here. I don't even think these Fiat ones are being used. It does refer to, then I can check that in the XML here. What is it using for sounds? Let's check that out. So if you do sounds, you go down. It is, let's check it out here. So it is, that's the honk. Hey, how we doing there, Lady Death? What is happening? Alright, so these are all the different sound stuff. All these here are just templates that are built into the game itself, into the simulation, into the engine anyway. So all these that are, these aren't specific audio files that are in the mod folder. It's just reading things that are templates that are set up in the sim itself. What I'm looking for is to see if it's using any of these files that are here. So far, I don't see that. So we might be able to purge this out all together. Whoops, a second. Alright, so let's go through these again. Just to double check and make sure. So far, I'm not seeing it refer to... Oh, here it is. Yep, I must have skipped over it. So it is reading from the sounds folder this Fiat 1300 DT, which is this XML right there. So what is attached to this XML? This XML has those WAV files. This doesn't even have the WAV extension on there. That's crazy. That's a no-no. Eventually what we're going to end up having to do is convert these out to OGG, because the simulation does not care for using raw WAV files, as you can see in that error that it's posting. Now, what's funny is the fact that the dollar data stuff, and this is all reading game stuff, you know, as far as like from the core game stuff, that is actually a WAV. It's listed in here as a WAV, but if you put a WAV file as far as in your actual mod folder, it doesn't like that. It'll spawn that error, which is kind of crazy to me, but that's just kind of the nature, I guess, of the beast there. So if we want to get rid of that warning, I guess, in our log file, it behooves us, I guess, to fix that so it doesn't do that. So what it's reading in this Fiat, and this is by looking at the XML here, it's reading this XML for the sounds for this particular tractor. What is in that XML are basically all these WAV files. So these here aren't even being used to include this folder. So we can chunk those out, really. In fact, that's what I'm going to do. We're going to put that in our dump folder, so chunk all these out to include this folder. We're going to retain this as well as these WAV files, because that's what's attached to that XML. So cut these out. We're going to put these in our dump folder, which is right here. So we're going to need a sounds folder. And we're holding on to all these just to confirm, once we test it in the sim, that it's not actually being used. And if they are, we'll be able to refer back to those if we need to. I'm doing well, Lady Death. How is the weather doing up there? We got up down, I don't even remember what it was. I think it peaked out at like 73 degrees today here. Fahrenheit. It's like, that was nuts. We're out there in shorts. Steelcrafter gifting a subscriber over to Lady Death. Thank you for that. Steelcrafter. Lady Death's like, whoa, what just happened? What in the heck just happened? Tonight will be the third night in a row we'll be having snow. Oh, you can keep that crap. I'm not ready for snow. Just saying. No. And I've seen some of the pictures that you've posted, I guess, with that, and it's like, no, I'm not ready for that. Yeah, so now you've got emotes. You got a couple of emotes. I appreciate that very much, so Steelcrafter. That's you've been going nuts, I guess, with the subscribers on the channel. Thank you for supporting those that stop on by here and don't have the subscription to the channel. Very much appreciated. Alright, so I'm just double checking to make sure. Well, there's plenty more that I got going on. I got so much going on with the farm sim. I'm really kind of crunching stuff out here, just in anticipation, I guess, of the Alpine expansion that's going to be coming out next week. Honestly, I mean, that's supposed to be coming out on, I think officially across over in Europe there, I guess it comes out the 12th of November. I think officially here in the States, I think it comes out the 16th. I could be wrong on that. So, yeah. I've already got the pre-order for it, so it's like, there's a lot of stuff in there I definitely want to be checking out in that Alpine expansion. To include that new map and that new equipment, I guess, that comes with it. I'm not so much concerned, I guess, with the electric tractors and all that stuff that's in it. It's the other stuff that's in there, like the push mowers or whatever that have the walking characters. That's one of the things definitely I want to be able to check out. So yeah, just trying to crunch out some of this stuff, I guess, because I know once that Alpine expansion comes, that's all I'm going to be doing, man. for a good couple weeks probably. Yeah. So I figured putting focus, I guess, on those top 3 mods. I think it was the 2 Ford 9600s, the one with the ROPS and the cab, and then this Alice Chalmers. And I think I'm doing pretty good. So all these files here, gonna have to convert these over to OGG. That's all attached to this XML. So I just want to make sure. So we've already confirmed that's what that's being used there. So this XML is good to go as far as the adjustments that need to be made to it. As far as, again, just to store that cylinder issue over in the moving tools and all that good stuff. So we're going to save this. Okay. And we already confirmed that XML, so close that one. That's for the sounds. So other than needing to convert these over to OGG, I'm going to try and do this. I don't know if it will kind of kill the stream a little bit, because as far as when I load that up, but and run these through there, maybe not. But what I like to use for editing my sound files is my Vegas Pro. I'm going to load this up here. Hopefully this doesn't take too much. As far as the stream, I'll be keeping an eye on the CPU usage here, because it is kind of a pretty robust program as far as editing sound files from one format to another and so on, as well as creating new ones. Okay, so far we're doing pretty good. And it's going to load up some promo stuff here, and I don't need all that crap. It's just telling me to, yeah, let's get rid of that. Alright, so let's load in some media. And primarily it's going to involve where's my Alice Chalmers? Right there. So we got to go to sounds and load all these in here. We got to convert all these to OGG. So there's one. Oh, I read that wrong. I was like, what the heck? Yeah, we got to load all these in here. I just read it wrong. So do media, run, start, and stop. Okay. I can do these I can select them multiple, but I don't know. Creature of habit, I always like to load them in one at a time. But what I could necessarily do is just go on import media like this and actually selected them like this and just loaded them all in. I've come to find sometimes it tends to want to duplicate, so it'll make like copies, I guess, of that as I load it. I don't know. I just got into the habit of just loading them in one at a time, so it doesn't do that. That's the only thing. So I can do these one at a time here by just dropping it down into here. That puts it in. It's not very long, right? So we'll load that over there, and then what I'll do is file render as, load up my options here, and I want to select OGG. So, let me see here. So I need to rename this. In fact, I was making some OGGs previously, which that format that I got there is exactly what I need. So I just need to rename this as OGG in the same name. This one's Turbo Idle, so I want to name it the same thing. So Turbo Idle, like so, and I want that in OGG. Mono. That's another key thing too. You want to do them in mono and not stereo. Sound files, whatever, for FarmSim, it does not like stereo. You'll get an error warning, I guess, for that as well. So you want to make sure they're in mono. Okay, so render that one. That should have put that on the desktop. Yeah, we'll be checking that in Sim 2. I'm going to go ahead and close that. Yep, we looked for our Alice Chalmers logo. We redid that. Alright, so here's the new OGG. Now it's going to create these files here too, which are that's what just Vegas does. It's kind of like a backup, I guess you could say, with that. I can eliminate those afterwards, but there's my new OGG. It's going to put it right there. I'll be able to get these wave files out of here. Yeah, so it's going to create these files here in Vegas here, so I'll be able to purge all this out, with exception to the XML once I get all these done. So let's do the next one. So we need to get this one out. Don't need that anymore. Now we do this one. Bring that down here. Bring that all the way over here. Render as. And this one is Turbo. TURBOLOAD. And I want that OGG mono. Yeah, really short files. Doesn't take very long to render because they're not very long sound files. So that should be on my desktop as well, right here. Okay. Next. So we delete that one out of the scene. Next, we're going to do this run. Bring that over here. Render as turbo run. And in most cases, by putting in the OGG format in mono, it's gonna those file sizes are gonna be smaller than the WAV files. In fact, we can kind of compare these two. So, for example, this Turbo Idle OGG is at 17.4 kilobytes. The original WAV file for Turbo Idle is at 107 kilobytes. Big difference. I mean, when you consider there's only those few files in there, that's a big difference when it comes to just that one file. 17.4 kilobytes in comparison to 107 kilobytes. Big reduction. And you still get the same sound quality, ultimately, too. That's the other thing. It's just that it's putting it into a format that the game doesn't say, I don't like that. Alright, so... Oh, did you risk well? Nope. 59 units out. No slots. And you scolded, and the bot says, I don't think so. Hate when that happens. Alright, so turbo start. Like so. And render as. Just rename that. Turbo. STRAT. And want to make sure we're in OGG mono. Yes. Boom. And that should put that on the desktop. One more to go. Okay, we'll get this one out of the scene. I've done that before too, where I forget to take out the previous file that I've converted over from. This is basically the scene here. Forget to take that out and put another one on top of that, and ends up being like one sound file over the other when I create the OGG. So it ends up being really funky sounds, whatever, and it doesn't sound very good in most cases. So I always have to make sure I delete that out of there before I bring the next one in. Ah, crap. See, that I do this too. Sometimes I put it in the wrong channel, and I'll go to play it, and there's nothing. That's all this is, like a hiss. Whoops. I want to do this. Let's bring that all the way over. There we go. So I want to make sure I put it in that first channel too. So now I got the second channel. I'm going to have to make sure I get into this first channel. Otherwise there won't be any sound there. It'll just be a big hiss. That's another problem sometimes I do. So let's put it in that first channel. Render as. This one's going to be turbo stop. Turbo STOP and OGG. Boom. So that was the last one there. Cool. Now what I'll be able to do is take all of these. I'm going to copy these over to our sounds folder here, like so. And what I need to do is go into this XML and have it refer to these OGG files instead of the WAV files. So really all I should have to do, because I named them the same, The OGG file is the same name as the wave files. I'll be able to just change the extension it refers to in the XML to OGG instead of wave. Right? So I'll just do OGG. OGG. Now the one here didn't even have the extension on there, which is kind of strange. We're going to fix that problem. Like so. OGG. So we ended up having, these are dollar data, so we don't need to change those. So we had start, stop, idle, run. That's 4 files. I thought we had 5, did we not? 1, 2, 3, 4. There is 5. So which one are we not using? Start, stop, idle, run. Okay, hold on a second. So we got... Oh, we're not using load. That's interesting. So it's not using turbo load, I guess. It's using this dollar data one. So we don't need the load, which that's fine. We can just purge that out. So we're only using start, stop, idle, run. And it's using this dollar data one for the load. So it's that load that we have in our sounds folder. We're not even using that. Okay. Fair enough. So let's go ahead and save that XML. So now it's referring to the proper sound files we want it to read. Go ahead and close out Vegas. Just do a new. No. I said no. Close. No. And get out of that. Cool. Now, I can purge out all these. First of all, just delete these. That's only used by Vegas as far as it kind of creates like a buffer or like a save file, I guess, for those files that you're working with within the program. That's all that's for. Did you get... Oh, you got some units of fluid. Nice there, lady. Death. Good job. Let's do delete. And then what I'm going to do with these wave files is just cut these out and put them in our dump folder. I'm not going to delete them because just in case something goes wrong just in the process of doing this, we want to make sure we have those to fall back on. Cool. So we're just putting that in our dump folder for now. Oh, I thought I cut them out of there. My bad. I get used to just copying out. I wanted to cut those out because I don't want them in this folder anymore. Yeah, make sure they're in our dump. Paste. Yeah, cool. Now I'll take that completely out of there. So now we only got the files that we need with accepting this load. I'm also going to take... I don't even need this one. I'm just going to delete that. I didn't even need to create that one. So we're only using start, stop, idle, and run based on that XML, as we already concluded. Okay. Yeah. We already took care of some of that. Cool. Now we'll be able to test this out in the game again and see how this turns out. Yep, just confirming. Cool. So I should have taken care of all this problem. Oh, I know the other thing I forgot to do. I just remembered that. We got to reduce the size of that specular map. This is a server issue as far as that specular map being too large. So we need to reduce that. So I guess while I've got the Paint Shop Pro open, so I'm going to open that. Let's point to that and fix that. Yeah, that's a good idea. I can close this one. That's our new brand logo. We can close this one out. Don't need that one anymore. This is our new brand logo. We're going to check that out in the game. What it should turn out is just the insignia with that text, and the rest of it should be transed out. So you can load that up in the sim. That's what we should be able to see. Yeah, so let's open that Gen Dirt. So we want to go to our Alice Chalmers on our desktop. Okay, and we want to load up textures. It's so nice only having the one textures folder now, not jumping all over the place. So we got to find that Gen Dirt 1. Whoa, that's interesting. Doesn't want to load it. Oh, I wonder if I can load it up with, hold on a second. Try it another way here. Tell me I can't open it. Had some kind of a fault error. Let's open it up with Photoshop. So this is sometimes, I'll use Photoshop, I guess, for particular functions here. So could not open. Isn't that interesting? Okay, I'll see how you want to be. I got another gender that I can use that's already been resized. I was gonna go through that whole process, I guess, is to do that, but it wants to be that way. Okay, I see how you is. I'll see how you is. Let's do yeah, I'm just gotta find where I've got. I don't want to do this. That's our dump. I shouldn't think I want to get to it here. I got an idea. Let's go right from here. Cool. So, just had to think there for a second. I had a little bit of a brain fart. It happens sometimes. I think I've got. Should be one in here. Let me see here. I think this might be Universal Dirt. Yeah. That's a little bit different one. I don't want that one. Just trying to remember where I've got one that's I think I know where there's one. There's one on the yeah. Second here. Give me a second. Where's yeah, should be in here. This one right here, there should be one in here. Textures, there should be. Maybe. Shaders. Damn it. Nope, that's a detail array. I know there's one in one of these somewhere. I'm trying to remember now. If anything, I can go to. Wow, gotta clean this up some more too. Just realizing that it's got a lot of references to several different vehicle shaders too, just like we just went through. Yikes! Did not realize that. Is this one got that? I know one of these dudes. I'm just gonna find it. Bear with me a second, folks. My goodness, I know I've got one. Alright, let's go here. If anything else, I know I got this one right here. Let's try and see if we can open this one. I'll copy this one over to our mods folder like this. Paste. Yeah, it's the same one. I'll be damned. That doesn't want to open. Let's try it again. Let's try it again. There we go. Must have been something up with that one. Oh well. So basically, yeah, that was the same file. It was even dated the same as the one that had that other location there. Interesting. Anyway, so this one, it's telling us, based on the server errors, at least anyway, it's saying that that file's too big. Its fact is that it's 16 megabytes and the max is 12. We can definitely reduce it even below either one of those numbers. This one here, it's a spec map which has dirt layers in it. It's a generic one. It's in 4096. So we don't want to reduce it to a 2048 is all. That's all that's referring to. So let's go image, resize. And this does have alpha channel in it too, so we want to make sure with no bitmaps. That's probably another fair mention. So 2048. by 2048. Want to keep a net constraint of power 2. And then do a file, save as, same location, like that. And we want this as DTX5 because it does have alpha with no bitmaps. So we'll give that a second to save. Now, the original file, I guess my playlist is over again. Get to that in a second. So that original file was, yeah, it's over 16 megs. And now the new file that we just saved is now 4 megabytes. So we took it up, we reduced it by 4 times. From 60 megabytes to 4. And it's still going to have that same property, I guess, as far as the alpha channel with those dirt layers already applied to it. Right? So that was another thing we needed to fix on that. So let's go ahead and get this playlist back going here again. There we go. Alright. So now that's fixed. So on top of all this other business that we fixed here, all these different references, I guess, to that that specular map too, those will be gone. So all this should go away as far as testing this out on the server. This is all server errors in comparison to the game log errors, which are similar to these. So that's the 2 different levels of things you gotta pay attention to. We've corrected all these issues that we were having as far as the for the moving tool in the cylinder section, as well as the raw wave files and all that stuff. We took out the components. I talked about that earlier, as far as not having any components in there that aren't needed in the scene graph as far as the giant center is concerned. That'll get rid of that error. So yeah, we should have all these errors pretty much taken care of now. We should have a clean mod as far as no errors. Alright, so let's go ahead and this might step on the stream again a little bit. Shouldn't be too bad. We tried this already earlier, so it shouldn't be too bad. So I gotta select all that. And let's create a new zip. Okay, that wasn't too bad. CPU usage kind of ramped up just a little bit, but it wasn't too bad. Alright, so now what we want to do is cut this and paste it into the mods folder. We're going to overwrite the one that we just tested, like so, and then we're going to load this up into the sim. Yeah, I don't need this anymore. We're good on that. Yeah, I'm going to keep this open just in case I want to make some refinements to that after we look at it in the store or in the sim itself. Okay. Whoop. Okay, there we go. Load this up into the sim. Now again, I'm going to test it the same way as I did, just loading it up in one of the default maps, like Ravenport, and with no other mods, just to ensure that it, you don't want to load it with other mods as far as like when you're trying to test and clean the mod out. So just to ensure that it's not bleeding in against the other mods that you load into it, you want to make sure you're only focusing on the one mod that you're working on. So whether it is from scratch or you're just fixing one up, that's oh, no problem, Torch. Probably be here for a little bit. Hopefully we'll see you when you get back. Alright, so career. Let's start up a new save game. That's another thing you want to do. A new save game. Don't try to load it up in a already existing save game. That's another thing. So we're going to use Ravenport. Deselect all these mods. And we only want... Now, that icon image that I put on there is going to be blank for now. So this is more or less just a placeholder for now. I'll probably add the model to the image there as far as that. So that's showing as far as that clear. Yeah, so as far as that empty placeholder icon, we want to make sure we select that. And I'm also going to do the only 2 mods I like to test with, and I don't really need to, it's just out of habit. This collision camera and easy development controls. That's the only other two mods that I want to use. Those, in most cases, when I've tested there, they don't conflict at all. But if it gives me more options, I guess, as far as taking care of the collision of the cameras when you go into triggers. Like if I was driving around and you get into a trigger, you tend to get that zooming effect. I guess of that, it's really noise the hell out of me. So I like to have that on. And with the easy development controls, it allows me to put, and I'll probably test that too, as it gives me options for being able to apply dirt to it without actually having to actually use it. Things like that. Okay, so let's check I forgot to load up the devlog. So do we have any errors? Should not have any errors. Let's roll through this. So far I'm not seeing any. That's good. Yeah. So what it's doing here, as far as all these mods here, it's all the mods that are basically in my mod folder, but they're not necessarily active. That's all that's showing there. So how we saw initially when we came in here and tested it was that error for the brand logo. That one texture file, that is no longer in here. Cool. Good deal. We're off to a good start. So let's go ahead and load this up. No. And okay. Let's go ahead and disable the autosave, because we're not going to be here that long. Don't need to be saving that. So let's go over to the store. Let's check that out. Let's go over to the store. And then we'll go into the store, small tractors. Oh crap, what did I do? See, I goofed that up. This is supposed to be the brand. I somehow put the store. Okay, so that's something I'll have to fix in the XML. So it's using the store image, I guess, for the brand. My fault. So that's something I'll have to fix. That was probably a typo on my part. Yep. But it is showing the image. It's just showing the wrong one is all. No problem though. So what type of errors are we getting here? No errors. This is what I want to see. So all them errors that we were getting for the cylindered, for the WAV files and all that stuff for the raw files, we don't have any more of that. All right, so let's try to get some options on here. So let's go change the engine, get to 200, single tires, no errors, but it is loading up the tires. Cool. So all them texture changes that we made to that, loading in just fantastic. No warnings or errors. Front loader attacher. Sweet. Done clean this thing up. So let's go ahead and buy this one. And I'm also going to load up one without a front loader, and let's do single tires. And we'll keep the same engine. Yeah, so we'll get the two different renditions here. Yep, so we're not seeing any errors. You know, other than the fact that I made a boo-boo, I guess, as far as what it uses as the brand logo. That's an easy fix. Easy fix. Cool. Alright, so now let's go. Should have these two tractors loaded up at the store here. So we got the one with the single tires. Let's see how this thing sounds with these new it's kind of hard to hear here. Let's do this. I want to hear these sounds. Let's turn that off for a second. Let's do this too. Let's turn that up a little bit. You get to hear this. Sounds pretty cool. So our sounds are working with no errors. Oh crap. Oh, so we're still getting an issue with the front loader. That's interesting. That configuration. So we got some type of access error for icon. So we got an issue in there with that. Interesting. So that error for the depth map, whatever, that's basically because of the custom tires. Not really much we can do about that. It would have, the tires would have to be redone as far as that driving does. Air. Yeah, that's just the way the wheels are constructed. They're not done to the most current conformity, I guess, as far as for Giants. So That's a common one. That the only way to correct that one is to actually create a new tire model that has the appropriate properties to get rid of that. I'm trying to see what this one here for controls. Front loader tool PNG. Check vehicle and axis icon configure. So it's still referring to that change that I made to the cylinder section. As far as that icon, it still doesn't like that. So we'll have to check that out. Okay, so that one seems to be working okay. Let's check this one out. Yeah, so it's definitely something with this one, it seems. This one's got the front loader on it. So what that's referring to, let me check something here. Yeah, see, it doesn't have the schema. Oh wow, why is this running so slow? Oh, there it goes. Wasn't moving there for a second. I wasn't sure what's going on there. Yeah, so we're gonna have to check and see what's going on with that one. I might have just mistyped. I might have. It could be just a typo, I guess, in the XML. I'll have to check that out. Yeah, it's bringing up several lines of that stuff. You can. I'm actually scrolling. There's so many of them. There it goes. Let's see here. So we got arm and then tool. Yeah, there's the two lines that I did edit in the XML. So we'll have to look and see what I screwed up there. Yeah, because it's reading the data 2, data S2. Because what should be showing, that's the other thing I observed here, the icon up to the top left of the screen, that only shows the tractor. It doesn't show the actual front loader. It should have a little icon in front of that, so there's something up with that. So we'll have to check that out based on what we edited in the XML. But so far, as far as the sounds and all that stuff, it's all working. That's really the only issue we have as far as just that icon for the front loader. Let's check our horn out. By putting on this easy development controls, I'm going to put some dirt on this thing and see what it looks like. Okay, good on that. Let's put some dirt on this thing. Cool. Dirt layers are working. So as far as the vehicle shader that we reassigned, it gets as far as all those multiple vehicle shader references. It's actually still making the tractor get dirty. That's good. We'll check on the other one here too. It's both basically the same model. It's just got different configurations as far as the front loader and the dualies on it. So, but I'll check them out here at least anyway. Let's put some dirt on this one. This is why I like to load up the easy development controls, so I can do this without actually having to use the tractor. Kind of takes away some time, so it allows me to put some dirt on it. So that's how dirty it would get when it's at maximum, as far as like if you're using it in the field and whatnot. So looks like that's working out pretty good. And we don't have any other issues besides that deal with the icon for the front loader. So that's an XML. We'll have to check and see. I'm thinking it's probably just a typo I did. So we're good to go here so far. Other than it, so I got to switch what it was using for the brand logo, obviously. Still haven't been able to check that out. That was just another typo, I guess, as far as the XML. Easy fix. Easy fix. Alright, let's put that back on. There we go. Let's get out of this in here. Cool. And let's make a couple adjustments here. Nothing major. Alright, so our sounds are working great. As far as those conversions to the OGG, we don't have that error anymore for that. So the icon was loading. The brand was not. So I gotta check in the... Yep. I sure the heck did. So yeah, for the brand here, I just needs to say brand, not store. That's why I was showing the store image in there. So oversight on my part. So brand, store, icon here, and then the store is in the actual XML, which I gotta load that up anyway. So we gotta edit that deal there for the cylinder stuff. So let's go to search, moving, Alright, let's see what we did wrong here. So this one here, this is what we noticed in the log there when we're looking at the dev console. This data S2, it doesn't have this, I suppose. I got another tractor that I can refer to as far as with my IH86 series. Let me check that one out here really quick. So I'm going to get a comparison here. So this one is my IH86. The heck did I do with that one? Yeah, these are just some other tractors that I've... Yeah, here it is, the IH86. This one right here. So I need to open up... In fact, I might just have to spit out this... Let me do the two-wheel. Yeah. Yeah, let's do it this way. Might be able to read it this way. Yeah, let me do... Yeah, I'm going to do it this way now. I don't like that. I'm going to spit this one out. Extract to desktop. There we go. And I'll open this one up so I can compare that. That'll be much easier. Okay. So what we got here. Alright, so I should have search. Yeah, moving. There should be a same type of reference. This one's got a front loader as well. Right here. So what does this one have? Oh, okay. So it needs to be this icon. Alright. Well, let me do this way. I know this one works like it's supposed to, so let's do this. It's always good to be able to reference something that you know that works as far as that's referring to relatively the same type of thing. So I'm just going to copy this one over like this. So, let me make sure this is the front loader arm. Make sure I'm doing the right ones here. Front loader arm and then the tool. So we saw that in the log here as far as the one for the arm and then the tool itself. So yeah, just making sure I'm getting the proper line here. So we want all the way from icon over to here. Just before we'll get the quote. And bring that over to our Alice Chalmers. And paste that over here. So that should work for that. That's for the arm. Now we want to get for the tool. Which is this one right here. That. Paste that right here. Just like so. So hopefully that should fix that problem. So go ahead and save that again. I'm going to leave that open just in case. Yeah, we'll leave that open just for now. Okay, so I made the adjustment to this. It was using the store for the brand. So that should load the our new brand logo, which is this one. That was kind of a boo-boo on my part, so we save that. I'll actually go ahead and close that. I'm going to leave this open just in case I need to refer to that again. I think that should do it, but just in case it don't. That's just referencing another tractor that I've worked on that I know it works on. So it's got the same type of function there, just with a front loader. So it's kind of nice to have a reference to something that you know that does work, that you can apply to another tractor in this case. So now we want to create another zip. So go ahead and select all that with all those saves made and archive. There we go. Whoop. That kind of burped the stream there a little bit. I saw the CPU kind of, whoa, okay. It should be coming back. I'll give it a second. Yeah, I thought it just, CPU usage are just kind of pegged right out. So hopefully I can alright. Cut that out, put that in our mods folder. Overwrite the one we had already tested. Cool. Alright. Let's load that up and check it out. So once we get this all cleaned up and whatever, and we got it working where it needs to be, the only other changes that I would make to the mod desk, as far as just to reference as far as like what's been adjusted to it, because the overall mod folder itself will retain it, I guess, as far as the same name as the original prior to being cleaned out, but we'll have that reference in the C data and all that stuff just to kind of refer to what's been revised, I guess, in this mod. Because obviously the one that's out there that's pretty chunky, I guess, is next to 76 megabytes. This one's down to, what did we say, 28.8? So we took that 48 megabytes out of it. That might tend to questions like, why is it so much smaller? So that references to all that would need to be applied to the mod desk and such. That would be the only other thing once we get this all finalized here. Anyway, so we'll go to new farmer, re-import, load that, deselect. We want the Alice Chalmers, that, and easy development, and just load that up. Okay, so let's double check this here. We should, so that shouldn't get any errors. Yeah, so for anybody that would like to know as far as what goes into creating a mod, this one's more, for the most part, it's already been created. It's just a matter of just needing a little bit of cleanup, because one of the things with it, as I already explained, but just to kind of refresh, summarize, some of these mods were created very early, in the very early going, as far as when Farming Simulator came out back in October, November of 2019, and they didn't get updated, I guess, as far as the new protocols there was, as far as just how you apply the vehicle shaders and stuff like that. So there's a lot of these mods that are out there that have a lot of junk in it that don't need to be in there, and it's just a matter of getting it updated, I guess, so it's in compliance, I guess, to the current construct of Farming Simulator 19 as it is currently right now. So all that stuff we took out of there is really going to optimize it and get it prepared for whatever, for when the next rendition of Farm Sim comes out, so that you don't have to deal with all that de-optimization that existed prior to getting into the next rendition of Farm Sim, which probably won't be too far away. After this Alpine expansion, it'll probably be pretty close. After that, might not be till after the first of the year. I'm not sure. It's still yet to be seen. They haven't really announced as far as when that's going to be, but I do presume. So there's our new brand logo. That's loading in now. Doesn't look too bad, actually. Turned out a lot better than I thought it would. We'll go with it. Could probably clean it up a little bit more, I guess, as far as the white edges on it, but I think it's better than the previous one that was in there. As far as it was kind of grainy. That one's a little bit more definitive that way. We could probably make it to where it's got white text instead of black. That's something we can definitely consider. Because when I look at it from this way, it's kind of subdued a little bit. So to just kind of make it a little bit more profound, I guess, in either this view or this view, you could probably make this this text white and still maintain, I guess, the insignia there. That might work a little bit better. That's why I left that logo open there, to be able to adjust those types of things there anyway. So let's take a look at this. Do we have any errors? So no errors. Nice. Let's load up all the different configurations. Let's go with the big motor, front loader. Cool. Let's go ahead and buy that one. And we'll get one without a front loader and go singles. Let's buy that one. Yes. So far, no errors. Cool. Good. Alright, so let's see here. Let's turn this off just for a second. We're going to go over here to the one with the front loader. First of all, we'll see if that loads. And I'm not getting that error anymore. Cool. Yeah, so this one, again, with that deal with the driving dust, that's just the construct of the wheels, the tires. The only way to really fix that, that's not really that big of an issue. That's a common one, I guess, with modded equipment, as far as you have to make custom tires, because you're not using the tires that are built in Giants, as far as these are created separately. And we saw that. We added those i3D files with their custom textures onto it. It's the only way to correct it is to get it up to compliance to the tire construct that Giants has currently, to get rid of that. It's not really that, but that's, considering all the other errors and warnings that we had previously, that to be down to just that one, I think that's pretty darn good, to be honest. So yeah, we're not getting that error anymore for the front loader, as far as the icon for it. And at this point, let me check that actually. Do we have... Okay, I was thinking it should be showing an icon, I guess, for that, but I guess not. Here, let me buy a tool for this, just out of curiosity. Let's go into front loaders. I'm just kind of curious. Let's buy pallet fork. That sounds good. Doesn't matter what color. Let's buy that. And I just want to see if it does populate a schema up on that that icon on the top left of the screen. That little tractor there. It should put a diagram on there for having a tool onto it. That's all I want to see here. Now, the front loaders that are built into the sim can be detached. This one cannot. It's just a configuration, so that's a little bit different. So it won't necessarily have a schema on that icon on the top left for the front loader, but it should have one for the tool. That's what I want to check here. Oh, and it's actually got it in the wrong spot. That can be adjusted too, so the fact that it's showing like where the cab is instead of out in front of the tractor, we can adjust that. That's an easy fix too. But at least it does show an icon, it's just in the wrong position is all. We can definitely fix that though. That's kind of flopping around there. It's kind of interesting. It's almost like it's not attached there. Look at it bobbing around there. I don't know if that's by design as far as the way that was there. Here, let's get yourself a bale. Check this out here. Let's go like this. This is another reason why I like the easy development controls in here. So let's go. Nope, that's not what I want. Let's just do a hay bale. Just out of curiosity. Let's see if we can pick this thing up. Let's see how this front loader actually... Now, it's a bale fork, but it'll still work with the bale. Or a pallet fork, but it'll still work with the bale. Just want to see how it functions with this. Alright. It seems to work alright. Even though it does seem a little floppy, the tool on the front loader, it still seems to work pretty good. Awesome. Peel that off. Cool. Alright, so I think for the most part we're pretty good on this. We could probably make a bit of refinement on the schema for the tool on the front loader, and also to the brand logo. I'm thinking probably put the text for the Linear Ellis Chalmers text, I guess, on the brand logo just as white instead of black. Because even on the tractor here we do have white text, and just retain that. I think that's something I'll do. Actually, hold on. I want to check out this other tractor just to make sure we're not getting any. Yep. So nothing other than that smoke deal. I guess that error for the tires is all. So we'll probably get the same error for this one. Nope, it only loaded in at one time. Okay, cool. I think we're good to go on that. Just some other small refinements to it is all. Sounds pretty cool too. I don't know if you can all hear that, but that's... Yeah, this one has also the 200 in it, as far as the motor size that we got. That's the biggest motor you can get for this one. I think I did the 200 on this one too. Whoops, front loader's hiding it. Hello? Yep, that's got the 200 on it too. Now, just to kind of... I'll buy one with the low with the lowest option. That should change that badge on there. Just gotta check that out. So we'll get the 180 with single tires, no front loader. That'll work. Pretty inexpensive tractor too. Now we'll check that out. It should have a 180 on it. Yep, 180. See how it's got the different logo right there? It's a 180 and this one's a 200. So it changes the badge based on what type of engine you got in it. So that was probably already pretty working anyway. That wasn't an issue. Just kind of check out some of the details like that on it. It's a pretty cool little tractor for a small tractor. Like Steelcrafter was mentioning earlier, the fact that it's got a 3-point on it. You usually don't get a 3-point on a small tractor like this. Yeah, in most sense. When you buy, just for example, if you get any one of the other small tractors like the Fiat, you don't get these 3 points. Actually, does this one have a 3-point? No, it's just got a lower attacher here. So this is, let me buy this one really quick and I'll just kind of show it. So the fact that this Alice Chalmers have a 3-point, you can see this, and you got the 2 lower. You don't have that on this one. This one's just an upper hitch by itself, and then you got the 2 lower. So this don't work as a 3-point. So that's very uncommon, I guess, for a smaller tractor to have a physical 3-point. That's what he was pointing out there. So you can see the size differences between the Fiat, which is a default tractor, one of the small tractors there's showed, and then they got the Alice Chalmers. Pretty cool tractor though. All the more reason, I guess, you know, to do some refinements to it to kind of clean it up a little bit, because it is a nice tractor. I mean, if it was too far gone, I guess, as far as the looks of it and just the function and whatever, probably wouldn't have bothered so much. But it's a really nice tractor. I think it deserved, I guess, a little bit of attention. All right, so let's make a couple more refinements. So like the schema, like I was showing, I guess, for the tool on the front loader, for example. Steel's still hanging out here too. Cool. So you liking what we see in there, Steel? Yeah, it actually turned out pretty good. I like it. Other than that little bit of wonkiness, I guess, as far as the tool on the front loader, that's about the only thing. I mean, that can be tolerated, I suppose, but I want to adjust the. Let's do this. I'm gonna back this up. I'm gonna try changing this over to white. Yeah, let me try this out. Let's try it this way. If we go layers, first one layer. I want to see if this will work. No. Got a couple different options here. Let's do this. That might be okay. Okay. Yeah, let's try it this way. So we'll do layers, merge, visible. I'm gonna do a copy. Now, what'll be a little bit tricky. Yeah. Let me make this background here just like a gray. It's gonna be transed out anyway, so it doesn't matter what color I make the background. All right, so I can make it gray. None of that gray is gonna show. That's gonna be all transed out. So let's do it this way. Copy this. And I'll paste this in as a new layer. And we'll size it up here. I don't like the pixelization of that though. That's kind of crappy. Okay. I don't like how that turned out. Let's see. Let's back this up. I'm gonna see if I can find a better. Did I close that? I don't think I did. No. Let me see if there's a bigger one. A bigger logo here. That one's actually pretty decent. I kind of like that better. That's a lot cleaner. Let's do this. We'll save that. That one's a little bit bigger. And let's load that up. I should have saved that on the desktop. Yep. Cool. I'm not too worried about the insignia so much, but I could use this entire, just to kind of rebuild this here. I might just do that. Let's do, this is already in the PNG, so that's kind of nice. Let's do an edit, copy, edit, paste, new image. And so we're 256 wide, so I know I need to be at least probably about a 180. Yeah, probably somewhere about that. So let's do 180 wide. That should give us in the ballpark. Do an edit, copy, and want to make sure above this. New layer. Oh yeah, that is so much cleaner. Holy crap. Okay, but also what I'm going to do is I'm going to deform this a little bit. Cool, and I'll be able to turn this one off. Yeah, I think that'll work a lot better, I think it'll be a lot cleaner. So let's do the same thing with the insignia there too. Let's do like this. This one's a lot bigger logo to start off with. Okay, and then we'll do edit, copy, edit, paste as new image. Okay, now image resize. Let's do thinking about an 80 wide. That's about right. Copy, edit, paste as new layer. Oh baby, that looks good. Yeah, we'll have to deform that just a little bit. That's okay though. Excuse me? That's weird. Oh, it's the the actual bounding box, I guess, for this deformity. It's actually blending in with the background color. That's funny. It's like, what the heck's going on there, man? It's there, it's just hard to see it. Digging this music? Yeah, this is all royalty-free stuff. It's all royalty-free stuff. Don't have to worry about any DMCA strikes. That's what's kind of nice about it. And it is. It's pretty cool music. I keep adding to it, I guess, a little bit at a time, I guess, as far as when I find some pretty cool pieces. Alright, there we go. So we can turn this one off, and there's our new one. That's a lot cleaner, I think. What I forgot to do, though, I want to change this white. So I goofed up there. So let's turn that one back off for a second. Actually, I'll need that just to size this up here. I want to make, let's back this up like so. And I want to make this white. What the gum anyway. Alright, so let's do this. Make it white. Layers, merge, visible. Alright, and then we're going to do image, resize. We did that 180. Go. I'm going to do edit, copy, and paste this new layer. Cool. Yeah, and then we can deform that. Get that to fit a little bit better. Ah, where the heck you at? There it is. Yeah, that transform little bounding box, I guess, for the deformation is blending in with that background. It's kind of crazy. That should work. Confirm that. Now we can turn off that layer. Cool. So that will be our new brand logo. I'm going to turn that off and merge these two. So layers, merge, visible. Turn this back on. Now in this layer, we want to create our new alpha channel for that. So what I need to do is do selection, select all. That. Save here. We're going to delete this original one. And we want to do, that's going to be our new alpha channel. So anything in white is going to show, anything in black is going to be transed out. So do OK. And then do layers, merge all, flatten, file, save as, brand, yes. Boom. DTX5, no memory maps. Cool. So that'll be our new. Check that one out in the sim. I think it'll look better with the white, especially with either just the picture in the store or once you get in the store as far as the bigger. Yeah, I think that'll look better. So the other thing I want to check out, I think on this 86 series here, I think we've got the schema, the proper schema layout for that as well. So the way you adjust the schema icon for the tool, like on the front loader, for example, is right up here. This schema right here, this is what controls that. So this one here on the 86 series here, it's got this conform. Let's check on our Alice Chalmers. Has that's still the same. Interesting. So I thought for sure this was going to be different values. Compare these two. So we got different. Okay, hold on. Vehicle on, selected, vehicle. Okay, so I think what I'm going to do, just to try this out here, I know this one works the way it's supposed to, I guess as far as on the 86 series. I'm going to take this scheme for that and paste this over to the Alice Chalmers, and I'm going to comment this out. I'm not going to delete it, right? So I'll be able to maintain it just to test this out, but I'm going to put this from the 86 series in here and just comment this out. And the way you do that properly is like this. See, it all turns green, and now to end where we want that to remain commented out is to end it there. So I want to maintain, this is what I brought over from the 86 series here, comment that out so it won't read this. As far as the game is concerned, it won't read this part, but it's still here if you want to reinstate it. So we're going to try it that way and see if that should give us, because I know this one, like I said, for the 86 series shows the proper position of the tool on the front loader, but that's what controls that. So we'll go ahead and save this. Okay, and I'll leave that open just in case we need to refer that. Now, we already fixed the issue with the moving tool, I guess, as far as that error, so that's good. Actually, I can close this. I went into there earlier. And righty then. So with all that changed, we updated our brand logo. See how that looks, and the schema for the the tool on the front loader. So check that out now. Make a new zip here, so I might step on the stream here for a little bit. Apologize if that does. I'll give it a second here to be able to. Yep. I'll give it a second. Hopefully it doesn't step on it too bad. Okay, I think we're good to go. Yeah, using that 7-zip or whatever to be able to make the zip file, it does use a little bit of CPU on top of trying to stream it there. So yeah, it did peg out there pretty good too. So let's okay. So we'll put this back in our mods folder. Boom. And we'll go test it out that way. So now what we should see is the updated brand logo and the proper schema, I guess, on the tool for the front loader, just to clarify. Okay. So I think on, I don't have that showing on here, but I don't know if we got a new stream boss, I guess, as far as like that with Steelcrafter had gifted Lady Death there, I guess, with the subscriber there. I think we might have a new stream boss. Might have to check that out. He might have dethroned, I guess, the last one, which I think was Sarge. Could be. Alright, so it's going to load up in a new save game. Ravenport. Deselect all these. We want the Ellis Chalmers. And I'm going to do that one and these available controls. That's it. Alright. So again, we want to ensure that I guess we don't have any errors in our devlog here. I might have to scroll up a little bit, so I've got to turn it on. Yep, loading up pretty quick. So let's roll through this here real quick and see. Ah, crap. Son of a gun. So that new assignment that I put for that, it obviously doesn't like that either. Son of a gun, anyway. Alright, so that's something that's already an issue. Okay, so that's not the same. Alright, hold on. What is that referring to? So we got device. I don't even think this is related to our mod. I think this is more of an issue with the update. Yeah, that's not even pointing to specifically to this Ellis Chalmers that we're trying out. Yowza. Index 1. Key Z. Yeah, it's just showing a bunch of different key. Yep, so it did load the mod cab, which is no other errors besides that. Yeah, I think that's just Giants general errors. That has nothing to do with our mod. Interesting. I didn't notice that was showing before because we did kind of scroll through that, I guess, as we've been testing this. So that might be just a product of Giants' latest update. I think that's all that is. Alright, so we do not want to do that. Okay, let's turn off the autosave. Let's go over to the store. Shop. Okay, let's go ahead and buy the tractor. So we should be able to see. Oh yeah, that looks so much better that way. With the white. I like that a lot better. That's so much cleaner. It looks so much, yeah, like the in conformity with the rest of the other logos, the brand logos. We can also see it from here. I like it. We don't have any other errors. Cool. Very good. We'll put up. Let's get the biggest motor set up. Front loader. Double tires. Still no errors. That's awesome. Yeah, I think that looks better in the store with the white instead of the black. Kind of clean that brand logo up a little bit. We can also look at it from. Let's go ahead and buy that. Let's look at it from this standpoint. In the brands, we should be able to see it in here too. So that's all a part of. So if you want to look up the items, I guess, by brand, as opposed to if you know exactly where it is, you can go both ways. So yeah, that definitely looks better on that screen. So if we look at all the way the other brands are lined up here, that almost looks like it belongs in there. That's pretty cool. I like it. So here's our tractor. Let's check the schema on this front. We'll go ahead and get a pallet fork here again. Doesn't matter what color. Okay. Yeah, seeing as I was showing before too, primarily the way Giants is you get the front loader separate from the tractor. So the fact that you can get a configuration on this tractor for front loader, so it's got its own front loader attached to it. That's why you don't get the schema icon for the front loader on this, as we already showed. So when we get into this, so we don't have that schema. Now, if you were to buy the front loader separate, because you can be able to, this one you can't detach. It just stays on here. You just have to reconfigure it to not have one. So that's the difference between having it on the schema and not. Yep, so just that driving dust again, that's just for the tires. That's the same one right there, we already confirmed that. So let's load this up. Oopsie. Dang it, still on the top. Son of a gun. So something didn't work out there right. Interesting. Yeah, see, it's still showing on basically the icon. It's kind of hard to see in that top left corner. The icon is white. It should be in the front of the tractor, and it's not. So we might have to adjust that. I thought for sure. Huh. That's interesting. I'll have to look at that a little bit further, but that's basically where I was showing in the XML how you adjust that as far as that schema layout. That's where that would be done. So that's really about the only thing that needs to be addressed on this, other than creating something to put in the icon image. That's still blank. That's still in there as a placeholder, as I was showing there previously too. So for the most part, this LS channels is pretty much done. Other than just that schema, I'm gonna try something here really quick about that. I'm gonna look at, let's see. Let me think here. I thought for sure that 86, because I copied that one. Now, I can always refer to this back. In fact, I'll just go ahead and do that. I'm going to take this out. Yep, that's a closed tag, so I just want to make sure. Okay. So let me just take this one back out. And we're going to reinstate this original scheme. So that didn't change anything, unfortunately. And the only other thing I can think of there, okay, so basically how these two work, these two values here are basically like an X. I can't remember if it's X, Y, or if it's X and Z as far as the coordinates. So basically one, as far as the schema is, as far as how far left or right it is, and then the other one is up and down. So I think it is X and Y. These two values are. So we would want it to be on the X. We want it to be at a minus. It's either a minus or plus. Let's do a 0.5. I just want to try this. This would have to be either a minus or at a 0.5. It might even have to be at a 1. So it was right over the cab. Yeah, I'm going to try it this way just for starters here. So yeah, basically what this does as far as where the icon is for the actual tool that you apply to the front, the tool on the front loader at least anyway, this value would be X, and the Y is basically up and down. How far is that icon either, you know, from where the HUD of the tractor is anyway, for example. So I think this will put it more towards the front of the tractor if I'm thinking right. It might have to be at a 1 and not a 0.5. I'm going to try it this way first, so like I said. Let's do a save. And actually, while I'm at this here, we already confirmed that this is all good to go. We don't need any of this anymore. This turned out pretty good. Oh crap, what did I just close there? Oh, okay, never mind. Thought I closed something I didn't want to. Hate when it happens. Alright. Just cleaning up here. Don't need all this stuff anymore. Alright, let's close this all out. Boom. Alright, so with that being saved, we fixed all these problems, so that's good. And that was our picture file. We'll have to still test this on a dedicated server to ensure that all these are done. But we did address all these different components here as far as to remove There might be some, I'll have to go back through these and see some of these textures that are still being used that they don't have the space character in it. That's something else I'll have to look into. Yeah, I'm going to leave that up for a second. So I think some of these textures are still being used, like this one for example. If it's still in our textures folder, let me see that just out of curiosity. Texture, cab diffuse. Do we have a cab diffuse in here? In fact, we can kind of roll through this just to see if we do have any space character problems in here. Yeah, we got a cab, but not a cab diffuse, so that was one that was probably purged out. Just by initially looking at these, I don't see any textures that have space in the name. Because you either want to use camel lettering or underscore, I guess, to create a space in it. But I don't think we have any of that issue. Just looking through these really quick to see. Green star. AO. So yeah, you either want to do something like this as far as with the underscore, or with camel lettering where you have like a capital next to lowercase and then upper. You never want to put space in in the name of textures. That's how you get this error on dedicated servers for space character. The texture in most cases will still load. It'll just spawn these space character errors, and you don't want that if you can avoid it. Yeah, from what I can see here initially, we don't think we'll have any issues with that. So let's go ahead and make a new zip based on that change to the schema that we made. Let's see what's going on with it. It's probably going to step on the stream here for just a second. Dang it, am I doing that twice? Here we go. Thought maybe I was doing it twice there for a second. Guess not. Okay, cool. Cut this out and put this in our mods folder. Alright then. Yes. So far we're doing not too bad. I don't think I'll get to the 9600 there, but it'll be much the same process that I went through with this Ellis Chalmers. Cleaned it up pretty good, I have to say, as far as to get rid of all the problems with it. All the unnecessary junk and so on. You know, and for, you know, if I haven't mentioned that well enough, it's like part of the reason even go through the process of cleaning it up and, you know, actually bringing it up to where it should be up to this point, with as long as Farm Sim 19 has been out. It's a very well constructed model. I mean, it's not too far gone as far as the looks of it and the overall function to not want to have to do this. There's plenty of mods out there that are just flat out garbage. You know, I don't even want to go through this this whole process. I guess it's for trying to clean it up. I think this one deserves to have that done to it. So, all right. So we want to deselect. We only want the Ellis Chalmers. That one and the controls. Cool. Let's see if it brings up that error again, I guess, for all those keys. Because it might have been something with that, I guess, as far as when I had that applied there. I just want to double check. It wasn't saying specifically for that, so. Yeah, maybe it was. Okay. Fair enough. So that configuration I did. Oh, no, there it is. See, that's got to be just the Giants update. That has nothing to do with our mod. Yeah. No, that's not specifically calling for our mod. I think that's just something. So it said try to sign. Yeah, the binding key Z device B keymos. Yeah, that's a Giants thing. Hopefully they'll probably do a hot fix for that. I'm sure. I'm pretty sure. Okay. That has nothing to do with our mod. Okay, no, we don't want to do that. Okay. going back over to the store. Shop. Where is it? Right there. Okay. And let's go ahead and buy it. Small tractors. There it is. Boom. Let's just keep it. Let's go there. Front loader, we do want that in there. Buy. Okay. And we also want pallet fork. So let's go here, front loaders. Let's see how the scheme is on this one here. I'm thinking it's probably gonna have to be at a 1. I'm almost, the more I say it, I think that's more or less where it'll have to be. But it should put it more towards the front of the tractor on the HUD. So on the top left there, that's what I'm looking at. Nope, still in the freaking cab. What the heck, man? That's so weird. I'm almost beginning to wonder if it has something to do with that problem with the warnings for the keys, I guess, on that. That's what I'm thinking it might have something to do with. Thinking that's it. It's like Torch showed back up. There we go. What's going on, Torch? Yeah, so I'll probably have to do a little bit more digging. I'm thinking with the latest update that Giants had, that might be why it's not adjusting. I'm not sure. But at least it is showing the icon, I guess, for the tool. So if I detach it, for example, see now it's not there. So it's populating right on the cab, so I'm going to have to play around with that. It might even be the other value, because of the 2 values on that schema like I was showing. So I might either have to change that first value to a 1, or put the value on the second number instead of the first number. I always forget that. Sometimes I got to fiddle with that a little bit, I guess, to try and get that. But it is one of those values. One or, if not both of those values, that would have to be adjusted in order to get that that icon to show as far as in the proper position in front of the tractor, you know, as far as to show that the tool's in front on the front loader. So anyway, I'm gonna pretty much call that one good to go for now. Just have to fix that one issue, I guess, with that schema on the front loader. So as far as the tool on the front loader, anyway. Okay. Next, I'm not really sure what else I'd have to adjust. I need to. There's no other, like I said, the way this tractor is designed, it's got a configuration for a front loader as opposed to having to buy the front loader separate. So there's a little bit different. It's a little bit different animal, I guess, as far as how this would go. Oh wow! Didn't realize what the GPS on this here. This is not a thing. That didn't even have that as a. This was something that was way back when the GPS was first. So the guidance steering, that's what they call it, GPS, otherwise known as GPS. They had this before the latest installation, I guess, of the guidance steering for tractors and such. This is not a thing anymore, I guess, as far as this goes. So this could really be commented on or taken out. Yeah, that's something I'll have to look into that too. I mean, it's probably not hurting anything that it is in here, but it's really irrelevant. This one's not really a thing. Yeah. So I'm just really trying to think. I'm just curious here. I got to do one more test. This is bugging me. Let's put this to a 1. Leave that at a 0.5. I'll save. If this doesn't work, then there's something else I'm going to have to look into getting that adjusted. Because I think there's something to do with, too, the fact that it's got the 2 components, which, one, excuse me, one of them is for, has nothing to do with the front loader, but that might have something to do with it anyway. So trans limit. I might have to adjust something in there too. I'm not sure. But it also could be, like I said, something with the Giants update, latest update. Alright, so let's make another zip here really quick. Just it out. So did I save that? Yes, okay. This is what you'll find yourself doing a lot as far as just testing it in and out of the game, whatever's the term. Okay. Nope. I'll give that a second there. I did step on the, yep, there we go. I think we're good. Hey, Torch, you scolded the bot and you actually got something out of it. Nice. Very, very nice. Okay. I think this is the only tractor I'm going to get to, unfortunately, I guess, as far as like that. Because we're already closing in on 4 hours in the stream. Yeah. That's pretty decent. I think that's pretty sufficient. Comes to that, but it does give you somewhat of an idea as far as what it does entail, I guess, as far as to get a mod put together. So whether or not you have the pieces yourself, I guess, to put them all together, this tractor here was pretty much already done. It was just a matter of cleaning out the stuff that didn't need to be in there anymore, and you know, all the duplication, I guess, of references, I guess, to vehicle shader and stuff like that, as far as just to correct all that and bring it up to compliance to where it should be up to this point in this rendition of Farm Sim anyway. That's pretty common, I guess, to spend about a good 4 or 5 hours or so, sometimes even longer, depending on how much. I know this this other tractor that I got for it's a Ford 9600. It's got a cabbed as well as the ROPS, as far as just the bar, the different bar and canopy configurations over where you sit. That one's got a lot more junk in it, I guess, as far as to get that. So it'll be much the same process as I've shown here. It's just, but I think it deserves, I guess, to have that attention applied to it, simply because it is a nice model. All right, so let's go into this, back into game here. We're gonna check this one here. If this one doesn't work here, there's something else I'm gonna have to give it a little bit more thought on. I'll have to adjust that schema. That's usually where you want to adjust that schema on that HUD there, because as far as where that goes. But the information that I'm going by is by being able to buy a separate front loader and being able to attach and detach it from the tractor. This one doesn't have it that way, so it's probably going to be a little bit different as far as the application of that position of the schema, I guess, as far as the icon on the front loader. And I'm gonna have to investigate that a little bit further, probably, as far as to see how that goes. Okay, so deselect Alice Chalmers. Let's do, whoops, need that and the build controls. Cool. Yeah, so that's the first time I've been noticing, I guess, as far as all that key mapping stuff. Giants might even necessarily be updating as we speak on the fly, because I run a Steam copy of the game, so it's not DVD, so it gets updated. I got it set to do updates. So they might even do in hot patches. Yeah, look at all that crap. Yep. Hopefully they'll fix that though. That's definitely not specifically related to our mod though. Because if it was, it would actually point to, you know, that directory for where our mod's at. That's basically what that comes down to. All right, so turn that off. Let's go over to the store, and we'll buy it up. This will be my last test for this one here. That brand logo turned out so good. It's nice. Front loader. Now I need a front loader. Get the ballot fork. There we go. Buy it. Cool. Alright, let's attach this up there and see what we got there. Now, if this doesn't adjust that schema, then yeah, it's going to be something else. Nope, still in the same spot. Dadgummit. Yeah, so I'm going to have to look at that a little bit closer. It might be something else, another line that I have to adjust somewhere. Just got to figure out where that is. It might even have something to do with that other line with that cylinder deal there. I'm not 100% sure. But I'll have to do some investigation on that. Get that fixed. I will get it fixed, though. That's for sure. Okay. Well, I don't know about you folks, but we're closing in on the 4-hour mark, and that was a lot of something what I do, I guess, as far as to either create a mod, as far as like putting a mod together, or just cleaning up one that needs a little bit of help. That's somewhat the process that I go through, I guess, to get it done. So there's a lot of that goes on, I guess, with mods that we'd like to have. We like to use our favorite mods that need a little bit of TLC to it, and that's so the only other thing that's needed to be checked is to make sure we don't have any of these errors on the dedicated server. And I'm pretty confident with what I've seen so far, as the structure that we got with the mod at this point, that it won't have that issue. The only other thing I'll have to apply here is something to put in the icon, because it's still blank, so I'll leave that up. I just need to put something into that. Not sure what I'll do. I'll probably do a screenshot, like a rendering, I guess, as far as in that, so that shows up in the mod selection screen, as far as that screen, and whatever you activate and deactivate mods, as far as all the check marks and whatnot, that's where that image shows, as opposed to the store and or the brand logo. So, yep, that's pretty much all I have, folks. I appreciate everybody that did stop by here and watch me go through the process of cleaning up this mod here that fully optimized here, I guess, as far as down from 76 next to 76 megs. Yep, 75.6 down to 28.8. In fact, when I'm gonna go ahead and pull that, not pull it, but just kind of copy this out of our mods folder. Got this as a backup and paste this here. So yeah, we can see the file differences here. So this one ends up being the original before we cleaned it out, 75.6 megs. It's now down to 23.8 megs. That's even further than I thought. Pretty huge reduction there. That's next to, again, let me do that math. I got to do the math. So 75.6 less 23.8 is what we're down to now. We took out over 51 megs in that bad boy. Just nothing but junk. So yeah, I think that's a huge improvement. It's gonna definitely run a lot more optimized, I guess, as far as on a server in particular, because it doesn't have all those files it doesn't need, I guess, to have to load, because that's the way the game works. If you've got stuff in there, it's still going to try to want to load them and figure out what it needs to do with them. So by taking those out, it's going to run on a server, I guess, much more optimized. 100% approved. So again, I want to thank everybody that did stop over here. I'm going to take a look and see if I got a pretty good idea of who I want to raid here. Lady, you might kind of know too, if you're still hanging out here. He's been kind of under the weather, I guess, a little bit there, and it looks like he's playing some Rust, I guess, here currently. So I'm going to go ahead and switch this on over to the raid scene, and we're going to pay him a visit. Now, I know on occasion here, I'm terrible with these raids as far as getting them set up and making sure I'm getting out the in the chat there, I guess, as far as where I send you all. So if I miss doing that, I apologize. Sometimes it just tends to raid without me. Switch this on over here. In fact, I'm gonna go to the raid scene. So if y'all feel free to stick around, I guess, for this raid here, I'm gonna send you all over to someone that's been, like I said, a little bit under the weather as of late, and he could probably use a little cheering up. I think he'll do is, like I said, he's currently playing some Rust, some little bit of survival game. Can appreciate, I guess, kind of catch up on my little bit of. So yeah, we did have Torch. She came in with the resub there. I guess for what was that for again? That was how many months? 15 total, 13 in a row. Holy crap, Torch! That's incredible support. In that regard there, I appreciate that. Steel Crafter gifting Lady Death that 1 month sub. Very much appreciate all of Steel Crafter's support, I guess, for the stream. So yeah, let's get this raid loaded up here. I hope y'all have a fantastic rest of your weekend. Hope you enjoy the weather that we're experiencing here. I know some of us out there, I guess, are having a little bit different type of weather. So I apologize for that. Yes, you have a good night there, Lady Death. Yeah, feel free to stick around for the radio. I think you'll probably appreciate it, because as far as where I'm going to send y'all. We will be talking to y'all soon. I'll be streaming no later than Wednesday for Wreckfest. In fact, that'll be the campaign I got running for Warrior Week by One Warrior Project on Veterans Day. We'll be streaming on our normally scheduled day on Wednesday for Veterans Day. So we got the campaign going on for that in support of Wounded Warrior Project. I hope to see you all then. So bye for now. I'll see you.